Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody here today for the September 9th Williamson County Commissioner meeting. As a reminder, please, we ask everyone to silence their cell phones. And as always, the first item on the agenda is the invocation and pledge. Tonight's invocation and pledge will be presented by District 8 Commissioners. The invocation will be given by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. The pledge will be given by Commissioner Drew Torres. Please rise.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God our Father, giver of life, we entrust Williamson County and the United States of America to your loving care. You are the rock on which this nation was founded. You alone are the true source of our cherished rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Reclaim this county and this land for your glory, and dwell among your people. Send your Spirit to touch the hearts of our nation's leaders. Open their minds to the great worth of human life and the responsibilities that accompany human freedom. Remind your people that true happiness is rooted in seeking and doing your will. Through the intercession of Mary Immaculate, patroness of our land, grant us the courage to reject the culture of death. Lead us into a new millennium of life. We ask this through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. The power and the glory. Amen.
We say the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is roll call. If all the commissioners are signed in, if they will please press their when they appear. Here we go. Record the roll, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 present, 0 absent.
Everyone is present. Now the next thing we're going to do on the agenda is select a chair for the next 24-25 year. And for that portion, I will allow our counsel, Jeff Mosley, to take over the meeting, and I will head back up to my seat.
Usually it's Jeff Whitby that.
But you're all right doing it? Well, you can, he'll do the roll call, but you can facilitate if you don't mind.
That's not a problem.
All right.
This time, we will entertain nominations for Chairman of the County Commission. Commissioner Morton.
Nominate Matt Williams.
Motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Aiello.
Nominate Brian Bethard.
Nomination was Commissioner Bethard. Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Sturgeon. Oh, it had you speaking. Sorry.
Yes. Here.
Yeah, I said I second.
She said.
Commissioner Webb. Nope. Are there any other nominations? The clerk, Mr. Whitby, will you conduct a roll call?
Yes, sir. So, as he said, we're voting on the one-year term for the chair of the commission. Commissioner Sean Aiello.
Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Brian Bethard.
Brian Bethard.
Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Commissioner Brian Clifford.
Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Jeff Graves.
Brian Bethard.
Commissioner Megan Guffey. Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
Brian Bethard.
Commissioner Judy Herbert.
Williams.
Commissioner Betsy Hester.
Williams.
Commissioner Ricky Jones,
Williams.
Commissioner Greg Lawrence,
Brian Becker.
Commissioner Jennifer Mason,
Ryan Better.
Commissioner Chaz Morton,
Williamson.
Commissioner David O'Neill,
Brian Becker.
Commissioner Chris Richards,
Brian Becker.
Commissioner Greg Sanford,
Brian Becker.
Commissioner Mary Smith,
Brian Becker.
Commissioner Steve Smith,
Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Pete Stresser,
Commissioner Becker.
Commissioner Barb Sturgeon,
Ryan Better.
Commissioner Drew Torres,
Commissioner Becker.
Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe,
Commissioner Matt Williams.
Commissioner Paul Webb,
Williams.
Commissioner Matt Williams,
Williams.
Commissioner Beathard has 13 votes. Commissioner Williams has 11. Commissioner Beathard, you're appointed. Congratulations.
Commissioner Beathard is reelected.
And I thank you for that vote of confidence, and I appreciate Matt Williams for running. And our next item on the agenda will be to nominate and elect a vice chair. I'll entertain any motions. Commissioner Richards.
I'd like to nominate Sean Aiello.
I have a nomination for Sean Iola. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second came from Greg Sanford, Commissioner Sanford. Any other motions for vice chair? Seeing none, do we wish to vote by acclamation or do a roll call?
I think they
We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of Sean Aiello being our vice chair signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sean Aiello is our vice chair. Congratulations. Next, we have approval of the minutes from our July 8th Commissioner meeting. Copies were mailed out to each of you. I'll entertain a motion. It's a motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Drew Torres. Any questions, additions, or corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of accepting the minutes, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
And the minutes are approved. Next, we have citizen communications. The way our rules work, we allow up to 30 minutes for citizens communications. And that 30 minutes is to be divided by the number of people who have signed up to speak. In this case, we have had 15 people, it looks like, sign up to speak, so each person will be given 2 minutes. I'll call your name out in the order in which you signed in. When you come to the podium, if you would, please announce the city in which you reside and your name. And as always, we ask everyone to remain respectful and courteous, not only while speaking at the podium, but for those in the audience. Please keep conversations down, no cheering, no yelling, no booing. We want to hear those who come to speak. And for those who come to speak, again, our rules do not allow us to respond. So if you have questions or you're looking for a response, we can't respond back to you. But we are listening and we are appreciative that you're here, and we're grateful to hear you speak. With that, I'll call the first individual up, Mr. Patrick Collins.
Patrick Collins, Franklin, and hopefully you'll be able to glean from my questions what my interests are. And I understand that the debt level is $1 billion plus now. And my question would be, what's so compelling about a new jail that it would take priority over all other infrastructure demands of the county, which are revenue generating in many cases. And also, has the board actually considered the full scope of alternatives available, especially in light of what the economic conditions? There's lots of space available that could potentially suffice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Mr. David Grimmett.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, my name is David Grimmett. I live in Brentwood, Tennessee. For the past 19 years, I've represented over 1,000 parents and children in the juvenile courts throughout the state of Tennessee. I've spoken for the Senate Judiciary Committee about juvenile court. I've represented the state of Tennessee in Washington, D.C., and I'm the only private attorney that is usually invited to the Judicial College for the juvenile court judges. I'm also the only attorney that's board certified in child welfare law in Williamson County. You have before you today a vote as far as funds for the juvenile court. Many people are going to get up here and argue and say you don't need it, that the facility is enough. And if it was 35 years ago, they would be correct. But in the past 35 years, Williamson County has exploded, and with it, the problems that we deal with in juvenile court. When a child enters juvenile court, it is the worst day of their life. They have been ripped from their family, and it is our job to hold the state accountable and to make sure that they have every opportunity possible. With our current facility, that is not possible. We deal with every possible case you could imagine. We deal with physical abuse, we deal with sex abuse, we deal with drug abuse. And when those kids come in, they are in utter shock and they do not know what's going to happen next. It is our job, not only as a county, but as the attorneys and anybody that enters that building, to give them hope. And the best way to do that is provide a new facility. Many people are going to get up here and they're going to argue this is a big expense. There's no reason to do it. But they are correct in one thing. They are correct, this is a huge expense.
15 seconds.
Thank you. As far as this goes, at the end of the day, the question to you is it worth it to spend this expense for the children? And I would argue that it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Roddy Parker.
Roddy Parker at 2209 Morriswood Drive, Franklin address, Leavitt Civil District. So I'm here this evening to ask for your support for the funds to build not only the new jail, but the Juvenile Justice Center that you heard the gentleman just speak about. We all know that the primary existence of local government is for the safety and welfare of its citizens. And Williamson County's enjoyed that for many, many years, and be a relatively safe place to live. And this didn't happen by chance. We've had a strong law enforcement presence backed by no-nonsense prosecutors and a strong judiciary that did what they had to do when an offender had to be dealt with. But we had to have a place to put them. The expenditure for the jail is not about the luxury and the spa treatment of the prisoners. The facility is falling down. The infrastructure is coming apart. They had an electrical fire there on April the 16th. It was during the day. If that was in the middle of the night, it might not have been caught quite as soon. If anybody has been around here since 1977, do a little history check on a jail fire in Murray County in 1977. 46 lives lost because of a jail facility that was not up to standards. Even not a serious situation less than that, a failure of your electrical, your water, your sewer system is going to cause the evacuation of inmates over a prolonged period of time. That's going to cost a lot of money. Band-aiding the situation is going to cost a lot of money. So I'd implore you to pass this resolution tonight. Any more delay is going to cost more than it already does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Elliot Franklin.
Good evening, Elliot Franklin from here in Franklin. I stand before you tonight asking you to vote no on the proposed $280 million bond for the JJJ Center. Time and again, the voices of your constituents have been ignored. Most recently, in the interim D10 nomination process, a decision overturned by the very voters you're here to represent. We're moving in the wrong direction, spending and borrowing out of control, much like Washington, D.C. While we certainly recognize the need for improvements, as have been stated prior to me, this plan is unnecessarily costly. We must look for areas across the county to consolidate and reduce spending while delivering a more modest, functional facility. Let's not continue the current precedent of reckless fiscal management. Approving this bond not only places a heavy burden on taxpayers, but also signals a disregard for the clear message sent by the community. The subsequent tax increases that will follow affect everyone in our county, especially those already struggling to make ends meet. I can see the taglines in the 26th election if this passes. Higher taxes shouldn't be the answer to building a better community. It's time for leadership that prioritizes fiscal responsibility and smarter spending, not more burdens on hardworking families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Catherine McKinney. Again, please hold down the clapping and the enthusiasm. I understand it, but we want everyone to get a chance to speak. Catherine McKinney.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Franklin, and I am asking you to please delay the yes vote on a jail, because I feel like there's just too many unanswered questions, and these are questions I have that I haven't had well answered. You know, why is it so expensive? Why is it $550 to $700 a square foot? That seems quite expensive. If the current jail is falling apart, could it be the location next to a quarry that blasts daily? Have we seriously considered lower cost alternatives? And why is a huge expensive juvenile center necessary to give hope? I mean, why can't we have a less expensive one? Delays do not necessarily mean it will cost more. Interest rates are actually going down. How will this impact our property taxes? We need to do this well, not necessarily hastily. Please defer this until we have all the information required to make the right decision for Williamson County and our children who will inherit this debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. John Watts.
Hi there, John Watts, Franklin, Tennessee. What I'm going to talk about today is sort of related to the Triple J project. It's actually the Vulcan contract that the county has. That contract was written in favor of Vulcan. It goes on for about 40 years, and everybody knows that a quarry is a big hole that's left permanently in a community. And it makes absolutely no sense to me as to why we would continue to dig a hole deeper and allow a commercial enterprise to destroy almost 93 acres of our land. I was really curious to find out who actually did the economic analysis that led to this particular contract. It's very curious at how it leans in favor of Vulcan at the expense of the community. Every day at about 4 p.m., if you live within 2 or 3 miles of this site, everybody is reminded that there's quarrying and mining operations going on. And we're going to be putting up with this for the next 40 years. Furthermore, I'm sure anybody that would have purchased a home in the past 5 or 6 years was never advised that there were quarrying operations taking place. So just imagine the moonscape that's going to be there in 40 years. That's 93 acres that cannot be used for anything else. That 93 acres is 3 miles from downtown Franklin. Now, as leaders, imagine with a vision of what that land could look like if we reclaimed it from Vulcan, and then after this first 5 years is up in their contract, we reclaim that land and turn it into something for better use for the community as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Jessica Bell.
Thank you. Jessica Bell, College Grove. My name is Jessica Bell. I'm a mom and a passionate health advocate for our children. In fact, I'm one of the leaders of the Tennessee chapter of Children's Health Defense, where we educate, advocate, and litigate to hold our those responsible for harming our children. I will not stop educating and advocating for the health of my children and yours. I've spent the last 10 years diving into the root causes of chronic disease in our children. More than 54%, that's 1 in 2, have a chronic disease. That's unacceptable. As a result of the all-out assault on their bodies and brains from food, air, water, and wireless radiation. Today I'm here to speak to you about the Vogue contract and to stand for the children of Bethesda Elementary. I sat through prior meetings and heard the same doctors, nurses, and scientists that led to the original resolution for the school setback. We need to also protect our citizens and our homeowners. Having studied relentlessly the harms of non-ionizing microwave radiation, I aimed to get ahead of this by first emailing my District 2 commissioners in 2022 with a massive amount of data. I have one goal: to continue to share updated studies, as we know the 1996 information is far outdated, with you and press you to do the job you've been called to do, to fight for our kids and find an alternative to radiating Williamson County children at Bethesda Elementary with a microwave tower located adjacent to the school. I do understand the contract with Vogue was approved prior to the decision to add the setbacks. It is also my understanding that no requests have been made from the county to find an alternative. I ask, why hasn't this been done? What notification has been provided to parents? Do they have full informed consent of those harms?
15 seconds.
Have parents been made aware that their children will be exposed to microwave radiation who are uniquely vulnerable to their effects on their brains, their reproduction, and their development? I urge you not to sell out our children to big telecom. You have a greater obligation to protect children of this county rather than to pander to big corporations. And I pray that you'll stand with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Peggy Kingsbury.
Peggy Kingsbury Franklin. I sent a long list of questions to my commissioner, Megan Guffey, about the jail, and she made sure that every question was answered by the various departments that were involved. I have law enforcement experience and an advanced degree in criminal justice, and that was the umbrella under which these questions were asked. I am confident that this project has been studied appropriately. I am in favor of this project. I know it's very expensive. My dream would be for the juvenile side to be twice the size of the adult side, because we're able to help at-risk youth and keep them from, ending up in the adult side of the jail. It's been studied thoroughly. I appreciated the answers that I got. One question that I do have that remains is Columbia State has offered free of charge to conduct courses, college courses, in our jail facility for those who are there for a length of time. This is done in other counties around us. The previous sheriff did not do that, and I was told because it was a concern about internet access, which I understand. But I know the other counties have solved that somehow. So I would ask that you do consider that, and the current sheriff has said he is open to that. I have contacts at Columbia State, and I am asking them how the other counties overcame that problem. The second issue that I want to talk about is the county seal. On August the 8th, the lawsuit was over. We now have permission to remove the Confederate flag from our county seal. It is past time that we do that. Please do that immediately. Thank you.
Richard Dillard. Next we have Richard Dillard.
My name is Richard Dillard. I live on Sunrise Circle in Franklin, Tennessee. I'm a resident and homeowner in the villages of Morningside, which is located on Mallory Station Road. I am also one of the 2 HOA presidents that represent a community of 55-plus community of over 300 homeowners. I understand that the Juvenile Detention Center needs to be rebuilt somewhere or relocated in an existing building. I agree with that. However, in my wildest dream, I would never have believed that I would be standing in front of this body of people who are supposed to represent and protect the assets of this community to discuss the ramifications of placing a juvenile detention center in the middle of Cool Springs. The property on Duke that is being considered is surrounded by communities, over 500 private homes, high-end townhomes, and businesses, as well as a private school. If you don't know that, you need to check it out. There's a private school within a quarter of a mile of that facility. It is also adjacent to the Legends Golf Club and Country Club on the west side, which has hosted many PGA and LPGA events and is directly west of this property. Aside from the residential aspect, there are numerous businesses that are in close proximity to this site. Also, there's a park with this less than a half a mile away that's full of children, walkers, at almost all times within a half a mile. So if you go forward with this proposal, that you'll be looking for a site to consider for this juvenile detention center, you need to look somewhere else besides Cool Springs. The study needs to be done, but it needs to be done outside of Cool Springs. Go out to the edges of the county or city, and you'll find many properties and buildings available just for this
15
process,
seconds.
as you're considering now. This is a bizarre idea to put it in the middle of Cool Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Arthur Young.
My name's Arthur Young. I live at 7034 Sunrise Circle, Franklin. I'm a resident homeowner in the villages of Morningside 2, which is located on Mallory Station Road. I'm also one of the 2 HOA presidents that represents 55 and up community of 300 homes. Yeah, I agree 100% with what Richard just said. He and I work together, helping these homeowners. Yeah, I will not repeat anything about his presentation. There's a reason we chose to live here, and a detention center in our community is not one of them. We work hard at increasing our property values, not decreasing them. A detention center would not be an enhancement to this residential and business community in any way. Let me ask you a question. If you lived in the area of Cool Springs and Franklin, would you want a juvenile detention center in your neighborhood? Please think about your answer to this question before you vote tonight. Please do not waste our taxpayer money on this study. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Bill Petty.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure to be in front of you, and I realize every time I come up here I mention the fact I know how hard you work. I know the issues that you have to deal with, and they're not easy. If this was an easy issue, it would have been done a long time ago. And we can tell by all the comments tonight, there's a huge diversity on what should happen. Certainly, we care about the kids. That's important. There's no doubt about that. The only thing I would ask tonight simply is that we've had a couple of proposals here for due diligence. One was a $75,000 study to check out the usefulness of the Verizon billing. And that billing may be useful for something other than just the juvenile detention center. And the second thing is that there's a proposal to do a seismic study so we know exactly what's going on with the blasting. So I recommend that we defer the 280 for now, do those 2 studies for complete due diligence, and then we can decide after that which way to go. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Valerie Williams.
Hi, I'm Valerie Williams. I live in Brentwood, and I am similar to Bill, just asking you to try to really reduce the costs of these projects. And I would like to see the projects for the jail and the juvenile center split so that they're not forcing them to be decided on together. To me, the jail looks like a more urgent issue, and there's some liability issues and concerns with not doing the jail project quickly. But the juvenile center, however, it sounds very important as well, but I think we have a little more time to look at that a little more carefully and maybe try to find a building that could be used, whether it's the Verizon Center, which looked like an awesome building to have for some kind of use for the county. But I would like to see you break those 2 projects into 2 different decisions. And that's basically what I wanted to say, is just try to reduce the costs. We have, this debt is not shrinking, it just keeps growing, and we don't want to have debt that just keeps growing all the time. We need to do something to reduce debt at some point. Also, the pay for our teachers and our police, our sheriff, their staff is not what we want it to be, and those funds have to come from somewhere, and somehow we have to cut back. So I'm just asking you to really look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ellen Gedert. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Gedert. I live in Franklin. I spoke to some of the commissioners today, and those of you I spoke with, you were very kind and patient, and I appreciate that. I heard some of you say that you'll be listening to all the sides and reasons, and I have to admit that I listened, and it is a very difficult decision that you're making. But I also think that our community has a lot of needs. Our infrastructure has been growing very quickly, and we haven't really addressed a lot of that. And to bring a huge new facility with a very high price tag just seems like something that we really do need to consider right now. The price tag for taxpayers built in a blast zone that ruined the existing structure doesn't seem to make much sense. Another thing that I haven't actually heard today is the expansion of government that comes with building a facility as huge as the one that is proposed. It seems like pensions come along with that, employee salaries, health care. The strain on the taxpayers just feels like it's going to quickly become overwhelming. I also understand the NIMBY, that nobody wants it here, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't build something, but I think that again we need to build it more within our means and find a location that would be
15 seconds.
Preferable for all. Thank you so much. Bye.
Next, we have Laura Turner.
Laura Turner, Franklin, Tennessee. Good evening. We are coming to the end of a long, hot summer, which found many of us seeking and enjoying the shade of trees. I know I look forward to driving under the canopy of trees, especially on the Old Natchez Trace, where I can see the thermometer in my car drop down degrees in the shade compared to hot city streets. The Today Show recently featured Kentucky health scientists and community conservationists discussing the Green Heart Project, the first of its kind clinical study from the University of Louisville and the Nature Conservancy, show how tree cover may reduce the risk of heart disease and other ailments. Senator Bill Frist, a heart surgeon, sent me the link to it. I also would like to announce that the Tennessee Urban Forestry Council has named to its registry of landmark, historic, and heritage trees Francis, the largest male pecan tree in Tennessee, living in the historic courtyard of St. Paul's Church. This designation gives Francis statewide recognition. We hope it will create the need for officials to require a professional arborist tree protection and preservation plan, as the church has submitted demolition construction plans by this courtyard. Ruth, a 300-year-old oak in Arrington, was saved from becoming two houses because the developer realized this tree, also recently named to the Tennessee Urban Forestry Council's tree registry, was a priceless amenity and built a playground around her. I respectfully request the county evaluate the ever-growing issue of clear cutting in our beautiful county and the significant, magnificent trees in our midst, and develop effective means to protect and preserve them for future generations.
Thank you. And our final speaker for the evening is Mr. Gerald Wigger.
thank you all very much for your time and your efforts. I am speaking. My name is Gerald Wigger. I live at 6304 Tupper Place in Brentwood. But I'm here this evening to represent Morningside Village. If you all, of course, remember, two individuals have already spoken on behalf. But let me address Mr. Grimmett's points. I've known David Grimmett for quite some time. I respect him. He is a good man and he does good work, and I agree with exactly what he has said. However, I also agree with the two individuals who have already spoken. We talk about neighborhoods. Within a half a mile of Morningside, the proposed juvenile detention center is being discussed. Within a half a mile of 55 and older citizens who have worked all their lives and are now living in a wonderful community, but they walk 24/7. There's somebody walking, an elderly individual walking in that community. And to put them at potential risk is unconscionable. We ask you, the juvenile detention center should be commenced, this project. But please, in the name of 600, at least 600 voters here in Williamson County,
10 seconds.
I ask that you look for a different location. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes citizen communications. The next item on the agenda is communications and messages. We do have a proclamation of appreciation tonight to be delivered by Commissioners Barb Sturgeon and Commissioner Drew Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Maggie Gooden, who reached out to Barb and I about Service Dog Month. And so we'll read the proclamation. Whereas we believe in the joyful, transformative power of the human canine bond and inclusivity of all citizens, and whereas in the United States, 64 million adults and children have a disability, and only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. And whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnerships. And whereas Canine Companions and their service dogs empower people with disabilities to lead life with greater independence by providing best-in-class training, ongoing follow-up services, and a deeply committed community of support. And whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting them, and whereas Williamson County continues to work toward becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their service dogs are embraced. And now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Rogers Anderson, as Mayor of Williamson County, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Service Dog Month. In Williamson County, encourage all citizens to celebrate service dogs and be respectful of the rights afforded to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of their assistance. Do you want to say anything?
Well, thank you so much. I've had the benefit of seeing the impact of service dogs being involved with this organization for over 15 years, and truly the freedom they can provide an individual. So we truly appreciate this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, under Citizens Communications, I wanted to remind my fellow commissioners that the November full commission meeting will be held on Tuesday, the 12th, as opposed to Monday, the 11th, in observance of Veterans Day. So please mark your calendars accordingly. And now we move on to reports of county offices. Mayor Rogers Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could have Phoebe to come up and give you a snapshot of the county's financials that we have going on. Phoebe?
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. This evening you have before you Resolution 92442. Part of this resolution is requesting your approval for allocation of up to $12 million of education impact fees. With that being said, I would like to first draw your attention to your education impact fee, which is included in your packet this evening. If you will notice on the report, total net collections for fiscal year ending 6/30/24 were $21,224,283. This is an increase over the previous year's collections of approximately an increase of $4.9 million. As each of you are aware, these fees are assessed to developers on the issuance of new residential building permits and can be used toward capital cost of educational facilities determined to be attributed to growth in the county. To date, we have allocated approximately 45% of our overall collections since 2017. The county also recognized an increase in privilege tax collections for fiscal year ending 2024 of approximately $2.7 million over prior year collections. Our total profit for the Cool Springs Conference Center was slightly less than that of 23-24 compared to prior year, and we did incur a loss in July of $20,834. You can see that report. There's a Cool Springs listing for the last 10 years. And we normally, this is a custom for July. This is not something new. We have incur a loss, and this year was no different. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take those at this time.
Any questions for Ms. Riley? I see none.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have three things tonight. First of all, if you would allow through the chair for our legal counsel, Jeff Mosley, to give us an update on the Williamson County seal and where we stand on that.
Yeah, very briefly, the Sons of the Confederacy have appealed the ruling of the Chancellor in Davidson County, so the next steps will be for the Chancery Court to file the record with the Court of Appeals. The Sons will then have 30 days to file their brief. We will have 30 days to file our reply brief. There will be 14 days for a response from the appellant at that time, and then it will be docketed for hearing. So we are still several months from completion of the appellate process in that matter.
Any questions on what counsel just gave us? I see none.
Mr. Chairman, the other two items that I have, if you'll go to the Williamson County website through the efforts of your vote a couple of months back with Middle Tennessee State University and our opioid council, there are postings up there to apply for the opioid funds that are available to the different organizations and groups, 501c3s, et cetera, that are on the website. So if you know of firms, individuals that hit those marks, please go to our website, pull that down, fill it out, and get it sent in a timely manner so we can get those funds dispersed out. If you don't mind, again, Mr. Chairman, for the benefit of a lot of the people here, if legal counsel, Mr. Mosley, would kind of give a snapshot of where we are today on our opioid fronts and how we got there. And I didn't prepare him for that, so he's shooting from the cuff, but he's pretty good.
We've done this a few times. Back in 2017, the County Commission authorized us to file suit against the opioid manufacturers and distributors. We filed that suit on behalf of Williamson County and joined in the multi-district litigation out of the Northern District of Ohio. Since then, numerous manufacturers and distributors have settled the case. We have entered into agreement with the state of Tennessee as to the distribution of those funds, guaranteeing through either direct distribution or through a grant through the Opioid Abatement Council, the State Opioid Abatement Council, at least 39% of those settlement funds will go to the local governments, and Williamson County has been receiving monies now for 2 years from those settlement funds. We continue to get different settlements that have been approved. Just within the last month, McKinsey, a consulting firm, has settled, and we will be receiving funds on that. We still have several cases that are outstanding, including the Purdue Pharmacy case, which was originally settled, and then the Court of Appeals overturned that settlement. So we're waiting on that one, which should be a large settlement as well, but we continue to get significant funds that are coming through that can be used for the abatement of the opioid nuisance, treatment, and remediation of the problems caused by the opioids in our community.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Chairman, if I could, if you would put on your calendar for 11/11, that's Veterans Day at 11. It has been brought to my attention by a gentleman many of you know, Mr. Tom Freeman, that on September the 18th, just in a few days, will be the 77th birthday of the United States Air Force. Since its separation from the United States Army, the Air Force has engaged in wars around the globe and countless special operations, performing not only humanitarian missions in multiple theaters, not only overseas, but in the United States. If you do not mind, Mr. Chairman, I would like for everyone that's a veteran of the United States Air Force to please stand. If there's any in our audience today, I'm one for sure, so I'm a little prejudiced. That's it, Mr. Chairman, unless you got questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the mayor? I see none. Next, we have Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Jason Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commission. We actually don't have any Williamson County Schools school board items on your agenda. There are two agenda items that are related to items you approved a few months ago, our annual capital expenses, items 40 and 41. I will tell you that we had a great start. Our staffing's a little better than it was last year. Very much appreciate the pay increase you offered our faculty and staff this year. I've heard multiple folks thank me. I hope you've heard the same thing. But if not, I wanted to articulate that for your benefit as well. And as you know, we were able to do that without an increase in the property tax rate. Thank you all for working with us on that. I will be speaking the day after tomorrow at the Chamber of Commerce's annual State of the Schools, along with Dr. David Snowden, the Director of Schools for Franklin Special School District. That's a lunchtime meeting. It parallels the structure that we have when the mayor speaks with the State of the County address. 2 months later, we speak and give an update on the schools. We'll have a lot of data related to student performance and some logistical issues with where we are as a school system, and it will be published on our website as well. You'll have a link to that if you're not able to come, you can go back and view that. If I'm not mistaken, I think I have 22 minutes to speak, so I won't share all that right now, but certainly open any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the superintendent? Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Jason. I just wanted to check in on our enrollment. Where are we for enrollment this year?
Thank you. We are actually a little bit flat on enrollment. That's some of the detail I'm going to share. When I say flat, I'm talking about stability, and that's a good thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of detail. We are just under 42,000 students total. Our kindergarten class is substantially smaller than last year's outgoing senior class. But within that window, 12 of our 13 grades have increased in size. So just visualize that, if you would, that the kindergarten class is enough smaller than the outgoing senior class that the growth in in all those other grade levels did not fully offset. So what we project, based on what we've seen the last couple of years, is we're going to have higher growth at the middle grades, probably. And I tell you, more likely than not, just based on the variables that we know, it's probably the cost of homes in the district, that we have folks coming in just a little bit older than we might have seen in years past.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert.
Hi, Jason. In case you don't want to stay around till late for the JJ project, I think a lot of people don't realize it also involves not just the juvenile court and the jail, it also involves, the juvenile service involves the ALC school. And if you could speak a little about it and your need for that, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Alternative Learning Center, what we call the ALC, is our state-required location school for our students who've received discipline. And that includes students who've received zero-tolerance discipline, perhaps fighting as well, for any suspension that's more than 10 days. We don't expel students in Williamson County schools. We suspend them with a referral to the Alternative Learning Center. We're short on space. That Alternative Learning Center is too small for most of the year for us. I will tell you a couple things related to that. Number one, we also serve Franklin Special School District. That is a state requirement for all school systems to have that facility. We have an MOU with FSSD where we serve their middle school students who also get those suspensions. That's number one. Second, the enrollment fluctuates based on the variations over the course of the school year. When we'll start the year with very few students and then it will grow. Last year, we actually needed to separate out some of our middle school students and move them to a couple of classrooms in another part of the district because we'd run out of space at the ALC. That's not ideal. So we do have a need for some more space. Final thing I want to mention related to that, we have an excellent relationship with the juvenile court. Our ALC is adjacent to the juvenile court right now. Ideally, that would be the best for us because having that close relationship, there's an overlap between our students and students receiving support through the juvenile court system. I think of it as a Venn diagram with the circles that partially crisscross each other but not fully. So we do have that continuity of services. But the reality is our number one issue is space. So we do have that need as well.
All right, thank you, Jason.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Golden, you mentioned something about 42,000 students. Does that include pre-K and early childhood?
Yes, Commissioner, it does. Just to give you all a heads up, early childhood is a service that we provide for students aged 3 and 4 who are not yet kindergarten age but have disabilities. It's a federally required program where we have those students plus peers without disabilities to help them prepare for kindergarten. I am going to estimate that because I don't have that number off the top of my head. Sure. We have somewhere around 600 students in that program at different locations throughout the district. And then our pre-K program is an additional state program. We have somewhere around 180 students in that program. So we are at maybe 41,800 or so, somewhere in that range, based on all those programs.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Can you tell us a little bit about the virtual school?
Thank you. We do have a high school, Vanguard Virtual Academy, which is an online high school for our students. Obviously, it does not have a facility. We actually opened that school about 4 years ago. Yeah. The enrollment is the smallest of our high schools. We do have dedicated teachers. We also actually have some of our high school teachers offering particular courses, some of those higher end courses to those students, in essence as a one-off, where we might have a high school teacher who has a specific licensure teach a class as an additional course, so students can take those classes without that online school being fully staffed with faculty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Hi, Jason. Just a quick question for you. I noticed over the summer that you had about 400 new teachers join
Yes.
WCS.
Yes.
Was that fully turnover, or is that new positions? And how are we doing, I guess, on the hiring?
That was total new teachers. So, number one, we, in this fiscal year, had a 0 net staffing increase. We did not add 1 net position. We moved some positions around based on student enrollment, so those were not new positions. We had retirements and folks move, et cetera. The 400 new teachers is actually slightly better if you look at it from a turnover perspective than we have had in more recent years. So to put it in different terms, our turnover was lower this year than we've had in previous years. But that's a little bit less than typical for new teachers, but that's about how many we have.
Okay, so are you finding that the hiring it's a little bit easier now that now you're able to offer a little bit more money?
Well, number one, the stabilized growth has made staffing less demanding. So not every single position is filled with teachers, but we are at 99+% filled. So every position that's open, it might be a world language position on a hard to fill licensure. We do have a couple of math positions that are still open because we couldn't find licensure, and a few special education licensure positions that are still open. Every spot that's open is a painful spot, but from a staffing perspective, we're better than we've been in a few years.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Superintendent Golden? I see none.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have our Williamson County Hospital report, Mr. Phil Mazuka and Mr. Mike Genesee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'll just give you a very brief update on where we are with the project. In the next couple of weeks, we'll open our new electrophysiology lab for electrophysiology procedures. We've been using that as a cath lab while we've been moving the second cath lab into the new area. We'll complete the LDR renovations by the end of the month. Our new C-section room will be completed by the end of October, and our renovated NICU will be completed by the end of November. We're going to begin parking lot repaving and restriping phases beginning in October, and we'll remove the scaffolding in front of the hospital, which is the way that construction workers are accessing the second floor right now when the NICU is completed. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike for the financial report.
Thank you, Phil. Good evening. Just a quick recap of the month. July was our first month for our new fiscal year. We started out stronger volumes from all of our KPIs were up. Our admissions were up over budget. Our ER visits and our surgeries. That additional volume created additional net revenue, and at the end of the day, we ended up with a net income of $450,000 on a budget of a little under $430,000. So that was a good thing. We had good patient collections this month. We collected about $1.4 million more than we did the prior month. We ended up the month with days cash on hand at 96.5. You recall we were supposed to have 90 days from our debt covenants, and we exceeded that. And then from a debt coverage ratio, our covenant is 1.5, and we came in at 2.05. So again, the good volumes and decent earnings from that. So any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Mazuka or Mr. Genesee? See none.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a request to report from our court director, Zanny Martin.
Thank you so much, Commission. My name is Zanny Martin, and I'm your juvenile court director. I have served as the director of our court system, our juvenile court system, for 9 years, but I've worked in this department for 27 years. Your juvenile court is often out of sight and out of mind. It's a confidential court. It's quiet. You don't hear much about us, but let me tell you a little bit about what goes on in our court system on a regular basis. First of all, our court has jurisdiction over all delinquent and status offenders in the county. So that's what our community normally thinks about when you think of juvenile court, the kids who have been in some sort of trouble. Our court also has jurisdiction, though, over all dependency and neglect cases or matters in this county. So every allegation of child sexual or physical abuse comes through our system. In this year alone, since January, we've seen 130 new filings. That's about 14 a month. Custody and visitation and child support matters are in our court system when parties are not married. So circuit and chancery court would help navigate disputes over custody and visitation when parties are divorcing. But when they've never been married, all of those matters come through your juvenile court. Our court hears transfer requests to adult court, or what commonly gets referred to as juveniles who are tried as adults. Our court also has jurisdiction over all traffic matters for the entire county, including all of the municipalities. Our court has the responsibility of oversight of all the children who are in the custody of the Department of Children's Services, most of them in foster care, state's custody. We currently have 73 children out of Williamson County who are in the custody of the Department of Children's Services. And our court has jurisdiction over matters involving termination of parental rights or surrender of parental rights, which I generally say are the most serious cases that we hear and often take days in court to navigate. With the same responsibility to public safety that our adult court partners have. But we have the added responsibility to balance that with the fact that the children that we serve are still children, and their brains aren't quite developed. So we are a different kind of court. We have a different responsibility. We are required to be more creative and help children navigate this chapter, and it's tricky sometimes finding that right balance. It's challenging given all the new standards and new items of legislation that we navigate annually. We face changes to our juvenile justice system because the state and really the country continue to wrestle with what is the best practice when it comes to juvenile justice and our children. But I believe that the right approach is in the middle of all of that arguing. It's balance. It's looking at each case individually and deciding what is best for that child in that moment. And that is why I believe we are one of the best juvenile courts in the state of Tennessee. So I know that you guys have a lot to consider tonight. And I want to just answer a few questions that you might have, or at least take an opportunity to discuss it. First of all, isn't it just a detention center? Why does this building have so much square footage? That's a fair question. This juvenile justice center is so much more than a detention center. It includes courtrooms, the Alternative Learning Center, the Juvenile Court Clerk's Office, central intake at the Assessment Center, respite beds, staff and program space, and our detention center. At this point, the project includes all aspects of our current operation. The only additions to our program would be a respite center and a community room so that we might be able to do some education for our community and some preventative work. Another question that you might have is, well, if it includes all of those, how in the world are you doing that in the space that you have currently? And I'm so glad you asked. I want to say that our current building is dreadfully outdated and too small. And as you already know, because many of you have visited it, it's the opposite of what we call trauma-informed. We moved into that building in 1989, and we have been waiting for this county to make this decision for approximately 27 years since the last renovation was done. The reason the square footage is so much larger than our current space is because this current space was outdated 22 years ago. It is responsible to consider the needs of the future. We've been asked with this project to consider the needs of this county for the next 35 years. But we also had to consider the fact that this building isn't what it should be for 2024. It's still stuck in 1996. I just want to tell you a little bit about the current conditions that you have in your juvenile services building. First of all, we do not have enough restrooms for our staff. We have overextended the electrical capacity. We have had to move some of our staff to another building. We have no conference rooms. We have one conference room that seats 6 people. We have no space to hold a staff meeting, no private space for attorneys to meet with clients. We have nowhere for training. We struggle to manage court dockets efficiently due to the number of courtrooms that we have. We don't have space for our staff to take a break, catch their breath, and recover from the vicarious trauma that they face on a regular basis. Parking is an issue. The Alternative Learning Center does not have space for youth that are having a crisis. There is no private area for them to calm down, no nurse's office, for example. There is nowhere for the teachers in that Alternative Learning Center to take a break. There's no space for students to have recreation except for a jail parking lot where they take a walk with a staff member and look out for recently released inmates coming from around the corner at the back door that we call booking. I am surprised that we can even hire and retain staff. Not to mention the challenges that we face in our juvenile detention center to comply with all of those standards. Federal and state law prohibit juvenile courts from being in the same building as the adult inmates. You've heard that said already. You've heard that said from the county attorney's office and the mayor. But sometimes it's important to stop and just think about why that is. Like, why do the federal and state legislatures care that juveniles or adults might be in the same location? It's because it's not best practice. And they are telling communities that you can do better than this. Another question you may have for me is, what have you done to get to this point in the project? Did you consult with professionals? I would tell you a little bit about what we've done so far in this project. In 2017, the mayor put together a J task force of community members. In 2018, we finished the work on that project, and they recommended that the Juvenile Justice Center be the first part of the project and that the county undergo a master plan. The county selected Gresham Smith and Pulitzer Bogard to do that work. In 2019, we began to work on that master plan, and it was completed in 2020. During that process, we outlined our needs, we studied our current space, analyzed our data, and considered the future. Jim Cross, the county's owner rep, sat in every meeting, and he always looked at ideas that would save money. He was our sounding board through that process. He kept the conversation on track, offered suggestions and advice, and he has always been able to answer for me the question, what's the next step, Jim? And even after all these years, he still takes my calls, which I appreciate, Jim. In April of 2021, the county selected an architectural team. While I wasn't a part of the selection team, I want you to know that it was very important to us at Juvenile Services that the team selected have a juvenile justice project experience within it. We got to work with Trainer, one of the leading juvenile justice architectural firms in the country. And we began to work with them in putting the master plan to paper to design this building. Along the way, the team worked hard on all of the elements, understanding that it is not just a detention center, it's not just a courthouse, it's not just a school, it's a complex. It's all of those things together, and quite honestly, it's pretty complicated. Mark Ryan with Trainer Architectural is here today to talk just a little bit about Trainer's part of this, and I have some more comments for the commission.
Thank you, Zanny. Good evening. As Zanny said, my name is Mark Ryan, and I'm a principal with Trainer. We're an architecture group that has dedicated professionals that are focused on justice projects across the country. Personally, I've done more than 40 juvenile-specific juvenile projects, from individual facilities to entire juvenile system master plans. The work that we do in the counties and the jurisdictions that we work with, we understand that each project is specific and unique, and that no two conditions are the same. Our goal is always to listen, to be engaged, and try to help find the right project for the right set of conditions and constraints. Sometimes that is an individual building, sometimes it's a larger complex. Sometimes it may not even be a building at all. In addition to being an architect, for the last 2 decades, I've also been on the architecture faculty at Arizona State University, teaching our next generation of architects. We value our relationship with working with Williamson County and this project, and view this as an incredible opportunity to do something truly special and unique.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you, and Mark will be here for any questions that you all may have. I just want to talk a little bit about some other questions that might have arisen during your time to consider all options related to this project. I've heard, for example, the question, did we look at other property when we began this process? And the answer is yes. We explored property in the area. We were trying to find the most efficient options available. Land was not available for purchase. So we were told to work with a property that the county already owned, that this would be the most cost-effective option. It would keep costs down. We wouldn't be buying new land, and so that's what we did. There's a lot of concern about the rock quarry. I have worked in this building next to the rock quarry for 27 years. It's kind of like a chime clock in your house. When you just stop hearing it over and over, it continues to chime. We don't actually hear it much anymore. I have to imagine, however, that there are structural engineers out there that have the capacity to build something that can handle a nearby rock quarry. It's problem solving. It cannot be debilitating to this project. It's something that we've learned to live with. Let's talk about our detention center. Detention is not the goal when your juvenile services department is working with young people. It is a necessity, but it is not our goal. State law asks us to look for alternatives to detention. Based upon that, it would be correct to imagine that we have spent a lot of time discussing the correct number of juvenile detention beds that the county will need to consider for the years ahead so that this facility remains operational. I want to tell you a little bit about your detention center. It must include sleeping areas, a food source, education, safety and security. It must be PREA compliant. And PREA is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It must meet DCS standards for the state of Tennessee. It must have recreation, visitation rooms, a secure entrance, secure access to the courtrooms, medical, property, booking, and master control. The main thing I want to tell you about the detention bed number is that we have to have 4 pods. I call them pods. You may call them sleeping areas. 4 separate spaces, because we have to be able to separate when we are deciding housing decisions for young people. We have to have a space for males that is separate from a space for females. We have to consider children who may not get along. We have to keep people safe. We have to consider co-defendants. We have to be able to separate for PREA requirements, which tells us that we have to be able to tell if we have a vulnerable juvenile in our facility and an aggressive juvenile in our facility, and that housing decisions, we have to be made based upon those issues, keeping people safe. And also a medical area, because we have had children who have had illnesses that are contagious and that cannot be placed in sleeping rooms with other children for safety purposes. So right now, the Juvenile Detention Center is slated to be 32 beds, which is 4 pods, 4 separate sleeping areas. And a staffing ratio of 8-to-1 is required by the state. Mark is going to talk just a little bit about some other juvenile detention projects that Trainer has been working on around the country.
I provide this information merely as context. So, as Zanny said, this project, in looking at all of the projection data about 10, 20, and 30 years in the future. And that's where the 32 beds has come from. What's interesting is when we look at several of the other projects that we're working on across the country, some counties with populations that are higher than yours, but also some with populations that are lower than yours, all of them have more than 32 beds. In fact, as we look at them, most of them have 48 or more. So 32 is a fairly low number in terms of what we're seeing and what we're experiencing in other parts of the country.
The next question that you may have gotten or you may be wondering is, why is this building important? Is juvenile court really that big of a deal? And here's what I want to say to you as your juvenile court director. These are our children. The youth that we serve in juvenile court are kids that are in need of services. Most of the youth that we serve have 4 or more ACEs. That is a term that's used in our world. It stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. That means that they have already experienced a lot of disruptions, trauma, losses, and they're still trying to figure out how to deal with it all. Many times it comes out in the form of behavior issues. And in juvenile court, I also want you to know that we work with the whole family. We experience matters that include suicides, violence, mental health crisis, abuse, overdoses, addiction, domestic assaults, lack of resources, grief, car accidents, household conflicts, parents that don't communicate and have tension between them, homelessness, poverty, hunger, and so much more. The services that we provide are critical to the safety of our community and the future of our children. Now, you don't know them all, but I want you to know on their behalf that your juvenile court staff are some of the most dedicated public servants that you will ever meet. They are here because they want to help. Most of our staff don't live in Williamson County. They can't afford to live in Williamson County. But they tell me when I interview them and I ask, why did you apply here in Williamson County? They say they are looking for a court that is creative and innovative and wants to make a difference. Our morale is high. Despite the conditions, our turnover is very low. We work with a great judge and we believe in our mission. I spoke to the staff last week and I asked them what they would like for you to know. I said to them, you don't have to go and talk before the county commission, but what would you like for me to tell them? And they want you to know, these are your employees, they want you to know that it's hard to have a conversation with a family in crisis when you're in a room full of other coworkers, and that they are trying hard to schedule their calls around a quiet moment. One of your staff members said they want you to know this building is a little depressing. They want you to know that it's hard to work as a team out of separate buildings when you're talking about cases and figuring out how to serve families. They also said that they wanted you to know that this facility does not reflect our hearts. They spend a lot of time trying to gain trust despite the punitive message that the environment sends. They also wanted you to know that they appreciate the opportunity to serve this county. And they said, be sure to tell them thank you. Lastly, I just want to tell you a little bit about who I am as your juvenile court director. I have served Williamson County for 27 years, pretty much my entire life, because I'm not that old. I am a Williamson County citizen. I certainly am a taxpayer. I live in District 5. I love this county. I enter that building every day, as I have for 27 years, with a spirit of humility and a sense of pride in our work. I believe with everything that I am that it's a privilege to work with families and youth in crisis. I honestly believe I was created to do this work. I believe this work is profound and crucial for our future. I believe that lives can be changed and that we must invest in our children. This court system, I believe, stands to make the greatest impact on the adult criminal justice system. Perhaps we wouldn't even need so many jail beds. And every day when I leave this department to go home, I tell the staff, I truly do this, I tell the staff on the way out the door, can you guys believe we get to do this again tomorrow? I know that's really annoying to them. Usually they laugh, but the truth is I mean it. It's a privilege to get to come in every morning. So lastly, as you have a big decision to make today, I want you to know a couple of things about who I am as your director. Do I take the responsibility of planning a new juvenile justice center seriously? Absolutely, I do. Will I, along with this team, make decisions that are carefully considered, that are reasonable, and that will ultimately serve our county and our children well? That is my job, and I take it so seriously. Will we continue to ask questions and look at options? Definitely we will. Will this building reflect this community and its dedication to our children and families? And I would tell you that this building might just be one of the most notable and profound opportunities to reflect how much we care about our community, our families, and our children. I know you have a lot to consider, and I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for thinking about the children of Williamson County and the staff members that serve them every day. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Court Director Martin? Looks like I have a question from Commissioner Hester.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very good, and thank you, sir, for speaking to us. It has been suggested that the Verizon building in Cool Springs would be a good location for the detention center for our juveniles. This is a zoning error. The city of Franklin will not allow zoning for juvenile or jail. Am I correct? Ms. Martin?
It's what I understand, yes.
I represent a district that has been very impacted by Envision Franklin and their zoning. They do not give waivers. If the city of Franklin says no to zoning for the Verizon building, they mean it. It is preposterous to have a jail or a juvenile detention center in Cool Springs so close to NHC nursing home, to all of the retirement facilities that are on Mallory Station Road, all of the retirement facilities off of Mallory Station Road. I'm very disappointed in some situations that have arisen, and this is a false supposition that we can place a jail or a juvenile detention center in Cool Springs. Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan and Ms. Martin.
Thank you so much.
I have a question or comment from Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Danny, thank you for just some additional commentary from you and for all the work that you've done leading up to this. And I know that when I first got elected, you were one of the first people that I got to go and sit with. And so I really appreciate kind of where you are working and what you're trying to do in that environment. I guess my question is, I represent the area that the Verizon building is in, and the two gentlemen from the Villages at Morningside. I guess my question is, you mentioned all the different functions that you're doing, right? There's the detention component, there's the ALC, there's the administrative, the clerk. Has there been any consideration about, is there an opportunity to separate detention but keep your administrative functions somewhere else?
I would tell you, please don't consider that.
Okay.
My responsibility is not only to my staff and the day-to-day operations of our court, but it is absolutely also to any children that we have in custody detained in our detention center. And we work best when we work out of the same space. So I can give you many reasons why I would like to be in the same location and that separating would be problematic. But the main one I want you to know is that that puts our department in a hardship. and that we have to have quick access to the young people that we're serving and certainly those that we're housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Hester has already spoken, so I'll go to Commissioner Brown.
So I had a question from a constituent the question was, the blasting zone, which is close, is it damaging the building now, or should we build that close to where the blasting zone is done? Should we continue to consider that spot?
Thank you for that question. So, because we are in the corner of the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's maintenance team provides maintenance to our building, and I believe they would be the best agency to speak about the facility itself. While we do have quite a few maintenance issues, I personally, in all of my years, haven't seen any of those attributed specifically to the quarry.
Again, going to a commissioner who hasn't yet spoken, Commissioner Barb Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for being here, Zany.
Thank you.
Same as Drew. I think juvenile justice was the first thing I toured when I became a commissioner in 2010. And you guys were cramped then. So no doubt you need new facilities. But you said during the process, you guys were always looking to save money. Can you give me some examples on ideas that were used to get the cost down?
I think that probably the Jim Cross, our owners rep, might be best to speak to that. But what I would tell you is that throughout the process that we've gotten to so far, cost savings has definitely been a piece of our discussion. And it began with the decision about purchasing property versus utilizing existing property. And then I believe that he might be able to better answer questions that you have about the cost savings.
Commissioner Sturgeon, do you want to hear from Mr. Cross at this time, or?
Now, or if there's another time on the agenda when he's going to be speaking. I mean, sure, I'd like to talk to him now, I guess.
Mr. Cross, if you don't mind. Sure thing. While Mr. Cross is doing that, why don't I go ahead and go to Commissioner Hester?
I also have a question for Mr. Cross, but perhaps Mr. Ryan or Ms. Martin could help me with this. Why can't we put a jail or a juvenile detention center in the very remote areas of the county? That is a question that came up in our citizen communication. What about
That's a great question. But for me personally, what I would want to say to the commission is that my department serves all areas of this county. And so being centrally located is critical to us being able to serve families. We're not exactly the same as an entity where a family would have a choice to come and see us. Unfortunately, whenever they have a case that comes up in juvenile court, they're required to come and be present. And so access to our facility is very important, especially during a time in which that family is struggling or in crisis. Many of the families that we serve have transportation issues as well. And so it's important for us to be somewhere that most of our families can reach pretty quickly.
I also have another question. Please.
Go ahead, Ms. Hester.
Do we not need to have sewer connection to have a jail or a juvenile services detention center? Can we put our jail or our juvenile services on septic tank?
Jim,
What kind of land would we need to purchase at approximately $70,000 an acre to make that happen?
I'm going to ask Mr. Cross to come up to answer the question.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hester, the question is, yes, you would need some sort of a sewer connection, or you'd have to build your own sewer facility, similar to what school systems have done for schools that don't have. Oh, sorry. You would have to build your own system, but I doubt that you could put a 600-bed adult detention center on a septic system. So.
Think that inmates and juveniles are going to take care of plumbing in a septic tank situation?
Well, no. John Cole, who is the director of maintenance, can probably tell you there's some stories about what they do to plumbing in the jail, so it would be difficult.
So how many acres do you think we would need? I mean, I know this puts you on the spot, but I'm thinking 200.
No, I don't think you would need 200. I
think-
mean, 25, 30, 40 acres, somewhere in that range probably.
For a jail
Or jail and juvenile both.
and septic?
Well, you probably couldn't do a septic system. You'd have to do your own system, which would not require as much land. So
Would
we
that
haven't
be-
studied that. That's just kind of off the top of my head.
Wouldn't
what
that be very expensive? I mean, everybody's talking about debt and expense here. I think we should consider all situations that would develop without sewer. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yes, sir.
Before I go to Commissioner Stresser, did you have a follow-up question, Commissioner Sturgeon?
Would you mind asking?
Yeah, Zany had just mentioned that during the process, you all went through cost-saving measures, and I was just interested in some of the measures you took to reduce the cost of the project.
So the design process goes through 3 steps. You go through a schematic design process, you go through a design development process, and then you develop construction drawings at the end. So at the end of the schematic design, the construction manager was brought on board, and they took the SD design and developed a budget. We went through that budget along with us, the contractor, and the design team, and do what's called value engineering. So we went and looked at what can we do with this design without adjusting program, meaning cutting square footage out of it. Can we get a different material, or can we do a different structure? Or can we, for instance, in this, we're going to shell in courtrooms but not finish them out because it's for future use, those sorts of things. So we went, after the schematic design, we identified $26 million of adjustments that could be made to the design to save $26 million. Of that, we have accepted 13 million, almost 14 million of that we say this is acceptable that we can do without changing or reducing square footage, or we shelling in some space, but we're not reducing square footage, not cutting program. And there's still another 8.5 million that we're still evaluating as to, for instance, the ALC, what's going to happen with ALC. Is it going to be detached, attached, those sorts of things. So of those, just to give you an example of some of those, there was a geothermal system, for example, that was considered here. That's a $2.5 million savings if we don't do a geothermal system. There was a green roof that was $1.3 million that's still in the pending column, because I'm not sure that we can take the green roof off, because that is a bioretention water treatment facility, and we don't know if we have enough ground to do that, but that's one that's in the pending column. So those type of items that we went through and looked at.
Well, do you think the decision to use already used county land and construct brand-new buildings versus remodeling commercial space that's already been built, do you think that was less expensive?
Well, first of all, you're not paying for the land because you already own it. So that's one benefit. The second is when you renovate a building, building something new ground up, it's a lot easier to predict what your cost is going to be. When you go into an existing building and you rehab that building, there are a lot of unknowns, so it's very difficult to give a budget to what something might cost. So that's a really hard question to answer because there's so many unknowns. So to tell you if it's cheaper or not, I really couldn't say.
Well, how much is it going to cost us per square foot to build new space?
I didn't bring that sheet up here with me. I believe the juvenile is $460 a square foot.
All right. And if we were to purchase the Verizon building, what's the approximate cost before remodeling of that Verizon building?
My understanding is the price on that building is $36 million.
And how many square feet is it?
200,000 square feet.
So what is that, $180 a square foot?
Excuse me?
How much is that? I mean, I pull out my calculator. I think that's 180 a square foot.
I'd have to get my calculator out. I can't do that in my head.
Any other questions, Mrs.?
Yeah, it's $180 a square foot. So, I mean, I guess one of the considerations is the difference between $400+ a square foot and $180 a square foot plus the cost of renovation.
And the cost to renovate is just very difficult to tell what that is. That's.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Stresser.
I actually have a question for the director. An important subject has been brought up tonight, and that's the location of a detention center and public safety. And I think you said you've been with the court system for 27 years.
I have.
Have there been any instances where the young people that were housed there escaped and committed crimes and hurt other people in the community that you're aware of over those 27 years?
Yes, we've had a couple of incidents about children leaving the campus that might be there for court, leaving in a moment of emotional distress, not getting in the car with their parents to go home, sort of thing. We've also had situations about children who have left their school campus, the alternative learning center students, and we've spent an amount of time with law enforcement to locate them and return them to the facility. And then in my career, we've had one incident of an escape that was many, many years ago, but the juveniles did overtake the detention staff and were able to leave the building and were located by law enforcement at a later time. So yes, that has happened.
In any of those cases, did they go out and commit a crime?
They were apprehended before a crime could have been committed, but the leaving of the facility in and of itself was committing a crime. So yes, they were rearrested.
Will a new facility have better safeguards and procedures in place to?
Certainly.
Do you feel confident about the?
I feel very confident
Okay.
about the design of the new facility, but I do also understand the concerns of the community, and especially in a residential area in the Cool Springs area. I've also, and would be happy to do it again, but I've given the commission at a previous time several reasons why I feel like our juvenile justice center should be closely located to our sheriff's department and central to the community in at least the proximity of our current location at Century Court. One of those reasons is because we need access to our service providers. Juvenile court does not work alone. We have lots of partners that come alongside us to serve families. Partners like Williamson County CASA, which is Court-Appointed Special Advocates. Partners like the Davis House Child Advocacy Center, Department of Children's Services, and Mercy Healthcare are all important components, as well as our local law enforcement in times of a crisis. So it's important for us to be in the proximity of those entities. Another example that is important to us at juvenile court is the ability for local attorneys to be able to practice in our court system. We rely many times on attorneys to accept juvenile appointments to represent parents or children in cases in our court. And many times those attorneys will, quite honestly, practice with us out of the goodness of their heart. It's certainly not for the state reimbursement that they're receiving for the appointments. And in order for that to be possible, they need to be able to fit juvenile cases in between circuit and chancery matters in which they are retained on and at the courthouse. And so the proximity for our local attorneys is really important to us as well.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
First off, I just want to say thank you for being here. I've had the chance to tour your facilities, and I've actually had a chance to see the ALC in action too. And I just really, really admire the work that you do and that Director Holland does at the ALC. It's worthwhile investing in. 100% believe that. But we do have some difficult choices ahead of us, which I know you're aware of. These are the decisions that are the hardest to make. So thank you. I did have a question though for Mr. Cross. There he is. So I know that in 2018, the commission authorized the creation of the Public Building Authority, and that one of the roles of the Public Building Authority is to oversee, or just to, I guess, to consult, oversee new projects and existing projects. Can you kind of explain to us what their role has been during this project, one of the largest capital projects we've ever undertaken?
Well, all the projects that have been done through the PBA is the PBA will, through us, send out an RFP to select design teams. We will, along with the PBA, we will narrow that RFP down to 4 or 5 different people to interview. The PBA will interview the design teams and then select the design team. Same process for selecting contractors. They'll do that. And then we give them periodic updates about the process of the projects and monthly updates. Actually, when one's under construction, we give them monthly updates of what's going on with the projects.
So are they actively involved in looking, because my understanding is they have construction experience, they have experience in these types of projects. Are they offering any consultation on where we might be able to have other options or save money, anything like that?
Well, we report to them just what I've just reported to you about how we've come up with savings and what we've done. But as far as actively every day, that's a volunteer position for them. That's why they have somebody like us to oversee that process.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Cross, stay right there.
Oh.
So first of all, am I correct in that the city is not going to approve the Verizon building? Didn't I hear that earlier? Did I hear that? That is correct, the zoning for that building. So that's not going to happen. So I understand you indicated to Commissioner Surgeon that, the difference of the cost. So basically, we should just take the Verizon building off the table due to the city is not going to approve it.
I have not spoken directly to the city, so I can't say that. I do know that it would require rezoning to do this there, but I have not talked directly to the city.
Okay. All right. And the other thing, do you mind giving us the cost acquisition from the time you all began to talk about this building, the juvenile detention plus the jail, from the time from 2019 to now, what it cost then, since we've been talking about it, and how much it's going to cost us now, and if we continue to wait, how much it's going to cost us if we continue on?
I can tell you the juvenile building, because today I have that in my head. I have a report back there I could go get to tell you overall, but in 2019, the estimated cost of the juvenile building was $55 million, $59 million. In 2022, we updated that to approximately $85 million, I believe, based on the inflation that was occurring at the time. And the schematic design budget, we're now carrying a $91 million budget for that. And we're currently experiencing, as I've said in the past, we're in that 4 to 5% cost inflation period right now. So on this number, we're in the $12 to $15 million range per year, basically, is what it's going up through that. But for all of these projects that encompass the JJJ projects, in 2019, the master plan was $258 million. We updated that in 22. It was $287 million, and it's $324 million now in 2023. That's 23. Now, those numbers are over a year old at this point. That number.
So we own our own land where we are right now. If there was a possibility that we were going with Verizon, we would have to pay taxes to the city. What's your estimate of when we have to pay some type of tax to the city for that building?
Tax to the city?
Or whatever, how much we would have to pay in taxes, or?
I don't think the county pays taxes.
No, the county. So the city, wouldn't we have to pay the city something? We wouldn't owe them anything for buying that building, or?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, all right.
Possibly The only thing I think the city, tap fees, water tap fees, sewer tap fees, if you were to add buildings, you'd have to possibly have another water tap or sewer tap. But the city does not charge road impact fees and that sort of thing to the county.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
And again, Commissioner Hester's already spoken, so if it's okay, I'll go to Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, Chairman, can we end this and bring this back up when the resolution is brought forward?
If everyone wishes to, if they don't feel that this is the time to discuss these matters, we can discuss them later. I'm inclined to let people ask the questions that they have, and as long as they're wishing to speak and speaking on the subject matter, I don't know that our rules will allow me to prevent them from doing that. I have a question now, again, because she hasn't already spoken, Commissioner Hayes.
I'm good. I'll second what Tom said.
Okay. Commissioner Hester, do you have another comment or question?
I will yield. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for Director Zanny Martin or Mr. Cross? Seeing none, any other departments wishing to report at this time? Okay, moving on to elections and appointments. Under County Mayor, we have the Ethics Committee. It's a 2-year term expiring 9 of 26. Terms expiring are Commissioner Chaz Morton, Commissioner Ricky Jones, Commissioner Paul Webb, Brad Coleman, and Jim Peterson. Nominations are Chaz Morton, Ricky Jones, Paul Webb, Brad Coleman, and Jim Peterson. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify. We're going to do a voice vote, or it's on the screen. Okay, we'll be voting on the screen. If you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
22 yes, 2 abstain.
Nominations are accepted. Next, we have the Public Building Authority. It's a 6-year term expiring 6 of 2030. Terms expiring are Joey Abney, Glenn Adams, Brown Daniel. Nominations are Joey Abney, Glenn Adams, Brown Daniel. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
18 yes, 1 no, 5 abstain.
Nominations are accepted. Next, we have a Water and Wastewater Authority, a 5-year term expiring 7 of 29. Term expiring is Jim Peterson. Nomination is Jim Peterson. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed or no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
23 yes, 1 abstain.
Nomination is accepted. Now we move into elections and appointments under County Commission. First department is Agriculture Committee. This is filling an unexpired term that expires in 2 of 25. Resigning is David Landrum. Nomination is Brian Clifford. I have a proper motion by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nomination is accepted. We've already done Commission Chair. Now we go to Disciplinary Review Board, filling an unexpired term, expiring 3 of 25. Resigning is Brian Karaszewski and Chris Gray. Nominations are Daniel Elizabeth Cohen and Elisa Finney. Got a proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're in favor of these nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
23 yes, 1 abstain.
Nominations are accepted. Now we move into our committees, the 24-25 Steering Committee recommendations for statutory committees. We'll take these one at a time. Investment Committee, that's a committee as needed. Nominations are Rogers Anderson as the mayor and chair, Karen Paris is, trustee Karen Paris, Greg Lawrence, Paul Webb, and Drew Torres. Have a proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations for the Investment Committee, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nominations are accepted. Next, we have the Audit Committee. Nominations are Matt Williams, Greg Sanford, and Steve Smith. Have a proper motion by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nominations are accepted. Now we go to standing committees, Law Enforcement and Public Safety. Nominations are Jennifer Mason, Drew Torres, Brian Clifford, Ricky Jones, Cheryl Brown, Tom Tunnicliffe, and Chaz Morton. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nominations pass. Next is the Property Committee, and we do have a change to make here. If you'll reflect in your notes and in the minutes, I have spoken with both Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Sean Aiello. They are willing to switch because we recognized an error that was made, and Commissioner Richards having served on that committee already 2 years in a row. They both agreed to that switch, so I'll call out the names as we have them now with that agreement. The nominations would be Lisa Hayes, Paul Webb, Greg Sanford, Cheryl Brown, Betsy Hester, Greg Lawrence, and Sean Aiello. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Tunnicliffe, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you are willing to accept those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nominations are accepted. Next, we have Education Committee. Nominations are Sean Aiello, Pete Stresser, Matt Williams, Betsy Hester, Jeff Graves, Barb Sturgeon, and Steve Smith. Proper motion made by Commissioner Sanford, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you are in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Next is our Tax Study Committee, with nominations being Lisa Hayes, Greg Sanford, Chris Richards, Barb Sturgeon, and Chaz Morton. Proper motion made by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Nominations are accepted. And last, we have the Public Health Committee, this again being the other committee that there's going to be the swap with Mr. Chris Richards and Sean Aiello. Making those nominations, Jeff Graves, Chris Richards, Drew Torres, Ricky Jones, Pete Stresser, Matt Williams, and Steve Smith. I have a proper motion by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of those nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed or no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hester. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
And those nominations pass. Moving on in the agenda to the consent agenda. A copy of the consent agenda was sent out in your packet. I have a proper motion by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Any questions or comments or statements to be made? I see Mary Smith, Commissioner Mary Smith.
Move to take the resolution out of the consent agenda and open it for discussion.
And that's okay. So according to our rules, it just takes one person to request that, and it is done. So that resolution will be removed from the consent agenda and moved to its proper place in the agenda by order of its number, which would make it the last resolution that we hear tonight at the end of other. And that resolution is Resolution 9, make sure I'm saying it right, 92454. Commissioner Hester, did you have a question or comment on the consent agenda? No. I'm sorry, Commissioner Herbert.
Abstain from it because my name's on the list of notaries.
Okay. So the notaries is still on the consent agenda, and thank you, Commissioner Herbert, for announcing your abstention there. Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda as it is now with the removal of the resolution 92454? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of accepting the consent agenda, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 1 abstain.
Consent agenda passes. We have no unfinished business. So on to the resolutions. The first I've been given a request for a break. Do I hear or see nods from others that, okay. It looks like we're all in need of a break. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 9:10.
For the first resolution.
For the first resolution. All right. We're going to call this commission meeting back to order. And if there are no questions or comments, we'll move to our first resolution. Commissioner Mary Smith.
To move up resolutions 30, I believe it's 38,
I think it's 42 and 54 that you're wanting to.
30, yeah, I think it's 38, 40, 41, 42. Where's the size? No study yet.
Wait, what?
Recite those again, if you will, Commissioner.
38, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 54.
All right, I have a request to move resolutions 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 54 to the front of the agenda. Do I hear any objections?
Yes.
Two objections will prevent those from being moved.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on to the first resolution, which is Resolution 924-2, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 county general budget by $70,544.99, revenues to come from victim assessment fees. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. The Law Enforcement Committee was 5-4-0 against with 2 abstentions. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
So under Tennessee Code
Great.
40, under Tennessee Code TCA 4024-109, it gives the county legislative body ability to provide a $45 fee on behalf of the victims of crime, their families, or survivors.
Any questions or comments? Question, it looks like. Is that Commissioner Mason? Do you have a question, Commissioner Mason? Yes.
I just have a comment. My role with the district attorney's office, we actually receive this money. It goes into an account. We distribute it to victims of crime. I serve on that board of directors, so I will need to abstain from this vote.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-3, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 assessor's budget by $8,500 for educational incentive salary supplements, revenues to come from state funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is for salary supplements to assessors of property, and it's for education.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-4, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 library budget by $131,289.32. Revenues to come from donations, contributions, and fines. Library, proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Library Board was 6-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, this is a routine resolution where we're moving the revenues received from donations over into the expenditures to enhance the programs and items that the library has. The library director is here if anyone has any specific questions.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-5, resolution appropriating $39,460.61 to the 21st District Recovery Court, revenues to come from DUI fines. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown, seconded by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. Law Enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
These are mandatory minimums allowed by TCA 5510-412. in a DUI conviction, and the minimum's $100 charged.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-6, resolution appropriating $26,503.50 to the 21st District Recovery Court, revenues to come from dedicated account. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. Law enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
These are fees charged to go towards drug court treatment programs.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Sanford. That's all right. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-7, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County General Sessions DUI court budget by $115,266.61. Revenues to come from unappropriated county general fund balance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Law enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
These are fees from the Williamson County General Sessions DUI Court.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-8, resolution authorizing a grant contract between Williamson County, Tennessee and the Tennessee Department of Health and Human Services on behalf of the Williamson County General Sessions DUI Court and amending the 24-25 DUI court budget by $395,876. Revenues to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Law enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
It's a grant for a DUI court, no matching funds by the county.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-9, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County General Sessions DUI court budget by $20,700 for the DUI court opioid abatement funds. Revenues to come from rollover funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These are funds from the opioid abatement funds that were not exhausted the previous year, and we're rolling them over this year to be used.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-10, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County General Sessions DUI court budget by $250,585.03 for the DUI court substance abuse and mental health services grant. Revenues to come from rollover federal grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These are funds that were not exhausted last year, and they'll be rolled over into this year's budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you are in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-11, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County General Sessions Veterans Court budget by $66,680 for the Vet Court opioid abatement funds. Revenues to come from rollover funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Sturgeon. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These are some more funds this is for the Veterans Court for the opioid abatement fund that weren't exhausted last year, and we want them rolled into this year's budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Graves, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92412, resolution authorizing a grant contract between Williamson County, Tennessee and the Department of Health and Human Services on behalf of the Williamson County General Sessions Veterans Treatment Court and amending the 24-25 Veterans Treatment Court budget by $377,427. Revenues to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Law Enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
This grants for substance abuse and mental health services for participants of the Williamson County General Sessions Veterans Treatment Court. No matching funds from the county.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92413, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County General Sessions Veterans Treatment Court budget by $26,181.16 for the Department of Justice Assistance Grant, revenues to come from rollover federal grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Sturgeon. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is some more additional funds from a grant for the veterans budget that was not used last year that we need rolled into this year's budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92414, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County Veterans Treatment Court budget by $286,680.45 for the Veterans Court Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Grant. Revenues to come from rollover federal grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Sturgeon, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is another additional Veterans Court grant funds that weren't used last year that we want to roll into this year.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92415, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Veterans Treatment Court budget by $20,000. Revenues to come from Veterans Treatment Court Reserve. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These are fees from the Veterans Treatment Court.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Sturgeon. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. This is one that has an amendment on it. Resolution 92416, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Williamson County Juvenile Court budget by $97,325.74 for the Juvenile Court opioid abatement funds, revenues to come from rollover funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Judy Herbert. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against as amended. The amendment is to change a typo, basically. Juvenile court throughout the resolution will be changed to juvenile services. And we can do that by voice vote, but I do need a motion in a second. Motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor of making that change throughout the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment passes. We're now voting on the omission. We'll now take any questions or comments, if there are any, on the resolution as amended. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the resolution as amended, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92417, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 juvenile services budget by $776. Revenues to come from prior year state grant fund balance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Sturgeon. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is another grant where all the funds weren't used, and we need to roll them into this year.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92418, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Health Department budget by $118.34. Revenues to come from grant funding. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes and seconded by Commissioner Sanford. Public Health Committee did not meet for lack of a quorum. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is grant funds for child safety seats that it wasn't all used last year, so we need to roll it into this year's budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Herbert. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92419, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Health Department budget by $862.13. Revenues to come from grant funding. Again, Public Health did not meet. Proper motion has been made by Lisa Hayes and seconded by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against as amended. And again, the amendment is close to a typo.
Commissioner Herbert is prepared for Lisa.
And, okay, and I'll call on Commissioner Herbert to explain.
This is for additional grant funding for child safety seats, but we need to amend the fourth whereas to the first quarter instead of the third quarter installment.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stresser. And we can do the amendment by voice vote once again. So all those in favor of that amendment and that change, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment passes. Now to the resolution as amended. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the resolution as amended, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92420, resolution authorizing the county mayor to enter into a contractual agreement with the state of Tennessee for local health services and appropriating and amending the 24-25 Health Department budget, revenues to come from state grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Sturgeon and seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against as amended. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is grant funds through the state of Tennessee for the health department for operational costs, but I need to do an amendment on the second whereas. The amount needs to be changed to $1,153,300. This is that we got additional money above the original grant amount.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert, and I see on the screen that I got a second from Commissioner Sanford. So on the amendment, if you're in favor of making that change and amending this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment passes. Back to the resolution as amended. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the resolution as amended and you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. They're loading the amendment. Here we go. They've caught up. If you're in favor of Resolution 92420 as amended, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92421, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 animal control budget by $2,000. Revenues to come from Maddie's Fund Grant. The proper motion is made by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon and seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is a grant for animal control in the amount of $2,000 from Maddie's Fund.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92422, resolution accepting a donation from Friends of Williamson County Animal Center and appropriating and amending the 24-25 Animal Center budget by $71,000. Revenues to come from the Lehue family and Friends of Animal Center donations. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is the donation to the Animal Control Center from Maryland, and Calvin Lehue made a very, very generous donation for spay and neuter services, and we want to thank them. And then there was another donation for a kennel for sponsorship to be known as West Haven Pickleball.
And we are very thankful for those donations. Any questions or comments? Is there a question? Cheryl, do you have a question? Okay. Okay. You all didn't hear, Commissioner Brown's going to abstain because she's on the board. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92423, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a grant contract with the Arts Build Communities Designated Agency and appropriating and amending the 24-25 Parks and Recreation budget by $5,000. Revenues to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith and seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is, like the title says, a grant contract with the Arts Build Communities.
Any
It
questions?
goes to Parks and Rec.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92424, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Parks and Recreation budget by $301,929.20. Revenues to come from donations and reserves. Proper motion made by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is donations from the community youth associations for the hiring and scheduling of officials. And also, there is a donation from the J.L. Clay Senior Citizen Center that's no longer around. And it went toward the College Grove Senior Citizen for them to purchase a bus.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92425, resolution amending the 24-25 Highway Department budget and appropriating up to $618,345.29 for final paving expenses on South Hall Road. Revenues to come from state aid programs. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Highway Commission was 5-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is funding from the state of Tennessee to the County Highway Department for resurfacing South Hall Road.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92426, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 County General Fund budget by $500,000. Revenues to come from existing budgeted funds and rollover federal grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Hayes and seconded by Commissioner Brown. Highway Commission was 5-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
Funds from the United States Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Office of Safety to fund the development of the Safe Streets and Roads for All. It does require a matching $100,000 grant from the county. But the state, the feds provide $400,000.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92427, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Emergency Management Agency budget by $35,000. Revenues to come from rollover state grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
State of Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, and it was for funds that weren't exhausted last year that needs to be rolled into this year's budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92428, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 public safety budget by $24,020. Revenues received in prior fiscal year from State of Tennessee and unappropriated county general fund balance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These were funds for the education incentive for volunteer firefighters that were not used in last year's budget, and they'll be rolled over into this budget.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92429, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Sheriff's Office budget by $57,097. Revenues to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon and seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. The Law Enforcement Public Safety Committee was 6-4-0 against with one abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
This is a grant awarded to the Sheriff's Office from the Violent Crime Intervention Fund. No matching funds required from the county.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92430, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Sheriff's Office budget by $43,517. Revenues to come from rollover grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner O'Neill. Our Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
These are more grant funds that were not exhausted last year we need rolled into this year. And I do have to make the remark, I hope everybody appreciates how much free money we're getting in this county with all these grant funds. It is a lot of money that the taxpayers do not have to pay.
Hear, hear. Absolutely. Any other comments, questions, or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed or no? Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Torres? Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92431, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Sheriff's Department budget by $18,925.21. Revenues to come from rollover federal pass-through state grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is more funds for the Sheriff's Department that were not used last year, and we want it rolled into this year.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed or no? Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92432, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Sheriff's Office budget by $40,000. Revenues to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Law Enforcement Public Safety Committee was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
This is a grant from the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance for the provision of funding for Tennessee law enforcement agencies for tuition assistance, training, and professional development expenses for the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy.
I have a question from Commissioner Lawrence.
Not a question, Mr. Chairman, just a comment. And I want to echo what Commissioner Herbert said. We are getting a lot of grants in, and one of the reasons for that is we hired former Commissioner Beth Lathers to write these for us, and she is doing a great job. I don't know if she's getting paid on commission or not, but she's making a lot of money if she is, because she is bringing in a lot of money, and we need to thank her. If you get a chance to, if you got her number or call her, thank her for all the hard work she's doing, because she's worth her weight in gold.
Yes, indeed. I don't know if she's watching on TV, but if you are, thank you, former Commissioner Lathers. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92433, resolution appropriating and amending the 24-25 Sheriff's Office budget by $40,000. Revenues once again to come from grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill and seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Law Enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
Sheriff's Office received a grant from the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance for the provision of funding for Tennessee law enforcement agencies to award hiring and retention bonuses. The grant's for a period of 5 years and does not require any matching funds from the county.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. The next resolution, I think most of you are aware, is there's 2 resolutions behind it that I believe I'll let Commissioner Webb make the statement about the following 2 resolutions. So, Resolution 92434, resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Williamson County appropriating funds not to exceed $3 million to be used towards the construction of a special operations facility. Revenues to come from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown and seconded by Commissioner Paul Webb. Law Enforcement was 7-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ARPA funds were, by the U.S. Treasury, were amended last year to where funds could be used to plan for and use for emergencies such as tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, etc. And, we got a hurricane coming our way, so we may need this. And in our case, the Special Operations Unit with the Aviation Unit and the Swift Water Rescue qualify for that. And so this $3 million of ARPA funds may be used as part of the building of the Special Operations Unit of the law enforcement facility. And, Mr. Chair, I'll follow up with that. You are correct. If this one does not pass, then we have 2 other resolutions because the funds must be committed by the end of the year, and that means these being voted on, and then we go back and have contracts or purchase orders signed and in place before the end of this calendar year. That question came up in some of the committees. Once these funds are committed after December 31st of 2024, they can't be changed. In this case, if the contractor were to go out of business, we could hire another contractor, but it still has to be used for the special ops. If this fails, then the other 2 options we have here before you. So, Mr. Chair, if this passes, I'll be withdrawing the next 2, and I'll make a motion on that.
Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
Just curious, do we know where this is going to be built? Do we already own the property, et cetera?
This project is under construction now, and Mr. Cross can give you details on the status where we are.
New special operations building is going where the old recycling building was above the jail.
Got it.
And it started about 30 days ago.
One moment, Mr. Cross. Commissioner Sturgeon.
Yep, my question is, I apologize if I missed it, but what's the order of priority between Resolution 34, 35, and 36? I mean, why would we want 34 over 35 and 36?
That's for this body to decide, Commissioner Sturgeon. With the discussions going on about the Triple J with deferrals and not proceeding, then in this case, time is of the essence. If you decide not to vote for this and it fails, then I'm presenting the next two so that we can proceed without having to write the check back to U.S. Treasury, which would occur if we don't have these funds committed and contracts in place by December 31st, 2024.
Okay, but I'm just, it feels like 34 is getting a priority. Is this going to reduce the cost of the JJJ project?
It will not reduce the cost.
Well, it'll reduce how much revenue we have to put into it.
Exactly. We'll use ARPA funds in place of it, the other funds already approved.
But 35 and 36, that's not the case. That's just to preserve
The money.
the ARPA money.
Right.
Yeah.
Those funds, those projects were in the original $114 million request of the generators, and then Schneider had a program to improve the airflow, and then the warning alarms were in the 5-year capital budget plan.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. I got it now.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
I just wanted to add to what Commissioner Webb said, because we had a pretty lengthy discussion during Budget Committee on this particular one, and I'm supportive of it because it does reduce our debt obligation for the special ops, which is already underway, and it doesn't require us to take on additional projects because we're still going to have that debt on that particular project. So I think it's a good way to use the funds to possibly lower the debt, at least on part of the JJJ project.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I served on Budget Committee, and part of our conversation at Budget Committee was if we allocate this $3 million to special ops, can we change it later? Because at that point, there was a lot of discussion about, do we potentially build the jail somewhere else? What about the seismic study? So there was a lot of things floating around. I think it's pretty well given that the jail's probably going to stay where it is, given the fact that no one else wants it in their backyard. And so with the special ops project already being underway, located in the vicinity of the jail, that answered a lot of my questions. And so while the law enforcement committee, I think, voted, if I'm not mistaken, to defer it for more information, Commissioner Webb was able to answer those questions for me. So I'm in favor of it as well.
And law enforcement did not vote to defer it. I have them down as 7-4-0 against.
Oh, we
Oh, they-
changed
they
it? That's right.
Yeah,
We talked about
you're
it.
right.
But we didn't.
So they
Thank
did,
you.
but then they did, and then they undid it.
That's right.
Any
Now
other
just mucking
questions
it
or
up.
comments regarding Resolution 92434?
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, because time is of the essence on spending the ARPA funds with December 31st, really right here. And I will say, for those that had some questions about it, we've answered some of them, but it's imperative by the Treasury rules, U.S. Treasury, not ours, not the state of Tennessee, that a commitment is made through a signed contract, a signed purchase order, some official agreement between the approval of the resolution, so let's say tonight, and December 31st. And sometimes contracts, things take a while. So we are right at the tail end. And the second phase, Mr. Chair, I will say is, this is not to exceed $3 million. That is because we have some other projects that we think may come in under budget, so we don't want to leave any money on the table. So right now, we're technically over our allotment from ARPA, but we expect some savings on some other open projects, and that will reduce this amount going to special ops. It's a moving target, but I just want somebody to say, why did you not spend $3 million on special ops? Well, we didn't have it to spend. This is up to $3 million.
Understood. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of our special ops, as I understand it, is a helicopter. Is that true, Mr. Webb?
Yes.
Are we building a shelter for the helicopter in some of our other equipment that we have gained through the years?
This will, and I'll have to ask the sheriff or Mr. Cross to verify this, but from our ARPA perspective, the helicopters will have a hangar up there and also the storage of the Swift boat team's apparatus. And that's the keys that will be funded from ARPA. I think they also, maybe the SWAT team and something else is up there. I'm not sure because they didn't qualify for ARPA funding. So if someone wants to answer Commissioner Hester's question.
Thank you, Mr. Webb, Commissioner Webb. That answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. And Commissioner Webb, do you want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I propose to withdraw item 9, resolution 9.
Does that need a motion in a second?
And 92436.
Commissioner Webb is asked to pull resolutions 92435 and resolutions 92436, and I'm told we don't need a second or a vote on that, so those two resolutions are effectively pulled. And with that, we move on to resolution 92437. Resolution adopting the capital projects fund budget for the Williamson County Adequate Facilities Tax, the Williamson County Adequate School Facilities Tax, and the Williamson County Education Impact Fee for the 24-25 fiscal year. Proper motion made by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is a annual capital budget that we have to do because of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office that the county has to do concerning its adequate facilities taxes and impact fees. It doesn't necessarily mean this is where we're going to spend it, but this is our budget for it. That is required by the state of Tennessee.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92438. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into an amendment to the contract with Gresham Smith and to appropriate up to $75,000, revenues to come from general funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown and seconded by Commissioner Drew Torres. The law enforcement was 2 in favor, 5 against. Property Committee was 4 in favor, 1 against. Budget Committee was 1 in favor, 4 against, as amended. Explanation, please. I'll go to Commissioner Herbert. Or Commissioner Lawrence?
Commissioner Stresser is
Okay. Which one do you want to have speak to it? Lawrence or Stresser?
What was the amendment? Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll speak to this.
Commissioner Lawrence.
I think everybody knows what this is by now, but basically, this is a resolution to consider the possibility of utilizing some commercial office space on Duke Drive that would potentially house the Juvenile Justice Center. And I spoke a lot about this at the budget at the property committee meetings, and I'm not going to reiterate all of that, but I want to touch on a few points that have been brought up since we had that meeting. One of the things that we actually haven't considered is the possibility of moving the jail from the current location down the street to the 9 acres that the current Juvenile Justice Center sits on. The advantages of that would be, number one, obviously you're going to move it further away from the blasting at the rock quarry, so potentially that lowers the seismic activity and the impact on the building. Secondly, there's a building at the front of the property that could be renovated for the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office part of this, that's budgeted for this project is $30 million. So that could potentially reap a significant amount of savings if we were to look at renovating that building for the sheriff's office and putting the jail on the 9 acres behind that building. I have talked to Jim Cross. He thinks that it would fit on the footprint there with what we, with the 9 acres, with what we currently have on the books for what the 300-something thousand square foot jail building that we're going to build. So that obviously would bring up the question of what are we going to do with the Juvenile Justice Center if we were to move the jail there? We'd have to find another place to move it. And this is one option. And I want to emphasize this is one option of a building that could work.
Commissioner Lawrence, if I may, your comment should be regarding this resolution and the $75,000 to be spent to investigate the Verizon building. Is that what you're trying to comment on, or
Yes.
is this a new topic?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm giving you the reasons why this is a resolution that I think you should vote for. So if we were to do this, it would give us an estimate of what it costs to build out a commercial building. So if we were to find another building somewhere else and say, well, let's look at that building, then we would have a pretty good estimate of what it costs to build out commercial office space and convert it to justice facilities or whatever other types of uses that we might want to do with it. The other question came up about the zoning. I did go to talk to Franklin. The area where this is zoned right now is heavy industrial, and that's the only classification that Franklin has that would allow for a juvenile detention center in their zoning requirements. And there's only 2 streets in Franklin that are zoned heavy industrial, and one of them's Beasley Drive and the other Century Court. Other than that, there are no other heavy industrial zoned areas in Franklin. So if we were to move the Justice Center anywhere off of those 2 streets, we'd be looking at getting a rezoning done wherever we went. Now, would Franklin do it? I don't know. I've talked to him about it. It would go through their planning commission. They could turn us down if we requested it to have it rezoned. If they did, we have the power to override their zoning request. So that would be our decision to make if it came to that. And that the potential savings, in my opinion, could be enough that it would warrant looking at that. We have done this before. In my district, we overrode Franklin's decision on Clovercroft Elementary. It was not zoned for an elementary school where we put it, and we said, we want to put it there. They said no. We said we're going to put it there anyway. So we overrode it, and it did work out. It worked out just fine. I think it would work out in this situation as well. And if it came to this county being able to save $60 million on this project, my vote would be yes, to override Franklin zoning, because I think that's justified to save the taxpayers of Williamson County that much money. This is a constitutional obligation we have to serve the county, and it's serving the citizens of Franklin as well as the other citizens of the county. The other thing that this possibility could bring up is the possibility of moving our entire headquarters over there. When it comes to office space, there's degrees of office space. You got Class A, Class B, Class C. That's how commercial office space works. That particular property is a Class A property. The properties that we own right now, this building right here is probably a Class C, if that. And I would say Juvenile Justice Center is worse than that, and the jail is as well. Basically, the working conditions that we are asking our employees to work in for the county are, to put it mildly, less than optimal. And I think Zany said it well when she was expressing some of the frustrations of their employees with the way they have to operate in those less than ideal conditions over there. And WCS has been asking us for a new office for 7 years now, or 7 or 8 years. If you go up to their offices, they're overcrowded up there. They're working out of broom closets. They're on top of each other. They don't even have a place to eat in this building. If you eat, you eat at your desk, or there's a break room. They crowd in there. There's no amenities in this building. And I would venture to say that and some of us, at least on this commission, would not want to work in this building. I would be one of those. Many of us may not want to work in this building because the working conditions are just not that good. So this opportunity would give us an opportunity to greatly upgrade the working conditions of our employees, not only for the juvenile justice, for potentially for WCS and for all of our other employees. So, I mean, this property has 18 acres. It has plenty of room. If we purchase the facility, which is approximately the same square footage as what this building is right here, we have additional space available that we could build more buildings on. You could build another building out in the parking lot if you needed to build a 60,000 square foot addition or whatever we needed to accommodate all of the departments of the county. This could be the future home of the county. It would be a major upgrade for all of our employees and a much better working conditions. So for all of those reasons, I think this is a good opportunity to study this building and determine what the cost would be. I've given some rough estimates of what the savings would be on the juvenile project. My estimate is $30 million, but I could be high or low on that. So that's why we need to do this study to determine exactly what the savings would be. And then there would be potentially far more savings if we looked at the ability to expand the rest of the building and put WCS and all of our other departments in there, because we would already own the building. So for those reasons, that's why I think you should support this resolution tonight.
Have a question from Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, Commissioner Lawrence has not lived in Tennessee as long as I have. Let me give you a little history about NHC Cool Springs. NHC had a major fire in Nashville, Tennessee, several years ago. There were fatalities in that fire. People who were residents in the nursing home died. My point is, they have a plethora of attorneys on retainer. Those attorneys would be only too glad to sue Williamson County. They'd sue our socks off. If there was any situation with a jail or a juvenile center on Drake Drive, we would have to renovate the building. We would have to put up fences around this jail. We would have to spend probably $500,000 on locks alone. NHC does not have security fencing around their buildings in Cool Springs. I also want to ask, should the sheriff's department, the sheriff's office, be by the jail? I don't think. I would like to ask the sheriff that question, please.
Question, should the sheriff's office be by the jail?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I think that's critical for operations, for them to be side by side or at least in close proximity. And given the fact that we're talking about special operations being up on the hill above where the jail is, many of our folks in the sheriff's office respond to emergency situations from the sheriff's office to that special ops building to deploy. So there's a lot of contemporaneous operations that happen because of the proximity of the buildings.
If we did not move the jail, to this location. Well, never mind, I will yield on that point, but you do need to be close to the jail.
That's correct. And I don't think I'm incorrect in assuming that we're not trying to retrofit the sheriff's office. I don't think that's been part of the discussion, to my knowledge.
That was on the 9 acres. The possibility of putting the sheriff's department in the renovated building. They renovate that and put the jail behind that.
As I understood it, he was talking about keeping the sheriff's office and the jail side by side. So, yeah, and that is that's optimal, yes.
Sheriff Hughes, what do you think it would cost to retrofit the Verizon building for a jail, notwithstanding possible lawsuits we could have?
I have no idea. I wouldn't begin to make a guess. We couldn't retrofit the jail into a commercial building. That's not practical or feasible. And I don't have a cost estimate on that, but it's not possible to do that.
And the Verizon building is a commercial building, is it not?
That's correct.
What do you think about this $75,000, sir? Do you think that's money well spent?
Honestly, I think I would be speaking out of school. That would be my personal opinion, because I don't have any purview over the juvenile services building. That would fall under Judge Guffey. I am obviously over the jail itself and the sheriff's office. So I think it would be out of turn for me to speak to that particular $75,000.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just as a reminder, before I go to the next commissioner in line to speak, this is comments and questions that are supposed to be relative to the expenditure of $75,000 pertaining to the juvenile center, not the jail, and its potential replacement into the Verizon building. So if you could keep your questions and comments relative to the resolution per our rules. And with that, I'll go to Commissioner Steve Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm absolutely opposed to this. I don't understand the obsession with this particular building. I really don't know what's going on there. Now we're not talking about the juvenile center. We're talking about moving the whole county over there. This will slow down the project as it's proposed, which we don't need to slow down the months that it would take to do this. It's the wrong location. I think we've heard that from local residents, and I do not support this at all.
Commissioner Sanford.
I just want clarification, I guess, from Commissioner Lawrence. Is a study for the juvenile, Williamson County Schools, and the county administration, or just one in particular? Or just clarify that, please, for me.
Now, if you read the study, the scope of the study is specifically for the Juvenile Justice Center.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up to that, Commissioner Sanford?
No, thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Matt Williams.
Mr. Chair, can I have if there's a representative from Gresham Smith present, can we call him to the podium?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I know at the Joint Property and Law Enforcement Committee meeting, it was commented that this is intended to run a few scenarios of what potentially could be carved out of the Triple J project to be incorporated in the Verizon building location. Can you tell me what those scenarios are that would be considered by this resolution?
I think the intention was to suggest that in studying the juvenile justice portion of the program, that we might explore different alternative ways that it might fit into that the Duke building, the Verizon building.
And can you give us those specific scenarios that would be looked at?
The purpose of the study is to define the scenarios.
Okay. So, all right, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I think what we've heard from Commissioner Lawrence, what's been thrown out there goes beyond the scope of this resolution. We don't have specific items that we're actually asking the architectural firm to evaluate. That will take time to develop. I know the proposal had I think a 4 to 6 lead time for the generation of it, which is going to cost us more time. And then at the same time, I have major concerns about overriding the city of Franklin when we have a very good working relationship with them. Historically, that's been limited to signs and shrubs and other things that are much less significant. I think with all those concerns, I'm not in support of this resolution.
Next, I have Commissioner Aiello.
So if I'm understanding correctly, what Gresham Smith would do under this resolution is really just kind of give a specification of possibilities. They're not going to give us expenses, quotes. There's no design plans that would come along with this expenditure, is my understanding from Gresham Smith. Is that correct?
Our study would focus on determining if and how the program might fit, and to understand what would the potential necessary renovations be required for the building, what would the scope or the extent of that be. We would turn that over to oversight, the program manager, who would then collaborate with the construction manager, Bell, to develop a price for it.
That'd be beyond this initial scope, though, correct?
The developing the cost for it is not in our scope.
All right, no further questions.
You can remain at the podium, though. I've got 2 or 3 on the board that may have questions for you specifically. Commissioner Stresser.
Thank you. A couple other considerations as we look at this. Obviously, we know we're far behind on this project, and one of the appeals of this building can be getting the process moving along faster, which we certainly need to do. To talk about the interest in the building, why the interest in the building, I think that's important to address. This particular building, if you look at the Juvenile Justice Center, so let's say that's a savings of $30 million. Let's say we don't do that. We decide we'll do a bond issuance on that. That's really about $45 million by the time you pay back principal and interest. So $45 million certainly gets my attention. I'm sure it gets many of your attention as well. If you start to look at the other things you can do out there in terms of having the Williamson County schools out there, which they desperately need more space, then you're starting to look at $65 million in cost savings or $100 million if you were to put that out to bonds and principal and interest. So you start to really come up with significant cost savings, which for a $75,000 expenditure, when everybody is so concerned about the overall cost and how we're going to do everything, I think would not only be pragmatic, but it's how you do things in business. It's the right way to do things. It gives us the opportunity to see what our options are. It's a very viable option, not only for the current situation with the Juvenile Justice Center, but also for future needs to look at. So just some other things to consider when you're looking at this.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Stresser and Commissioner Lawrence's efforts in this. I feel obligated because I have some extremely wealthy in my district, and I also have some extremely not wealthy in my district. And I have to look out for everyone's needs when it comes to taxpayers. So I take that very seriously, and I hear it every day because I have residents come in my store. So, and this is a conversation that we discuss, but is there an ideal location? No, there's not. And a lot of people have said, why don't we build it by the landfill? Well, that's a mile down the road for me. Okay, well, let's consider it. I mean, I'm open to considering if we can save millions of dollars. Our obligation, our constitutional obligation, which I heard someone say earlier, is that we have to look out for the fiduciary responsibilities of this county and our taxpayers. And I appreciate that they're making an effort. Instead of demonizing people who are trying to make an effort to save our taxpayer dollars, try to work with us. try to work with people who are looking at another option instead of making this an us and them. That's what's disturbing about this commission sometimes. And I'm sorry I'm getting on a soapbox, but I just, we've been kicking this can down the road since like late 2015, 16, 17. What's a few more months to try to save potentially $150 million or more? $75,000 is a drop in the bucket. If you work in corporate America, that's just how you do it. You have to spend money sometimes to save a larger amounts. But I think it's worth looking at. Nobody wants it in their backyard. God knows. But the people at Beasley and Century have had it in their backyard for a long time. So, I just think it's our obligation. I appreciate that you're considering working with us as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, I fall in line with the fact that I can't support this resolution and the fact that I don't believe we have the support on the commission to overrule the Franklin Board of Aldermen. I know that if I were a Franklin commissioner, I don't think I would do that. I'd be hard-pressed to do it in Brentwood and wouldn't want y'all to do it to me in Brentwood, to us in Brentwood. You also mentioned we overruled the Franklin Board of Aldermen for a school. A juvenile detention center is a far cry from a school, an educational facility. You talk about 60,000 square feet in the parking lot to build a building. Have you counted how many parking spots you'll lose with that and how many you need to add because of the additional square footage? Will we still have footage, enough space to do that? So a lot of questions that haven't been addressed. So I'm very concerned about that. I will ask Gresham Smith, sorry, you're up there, so you're a lucky winner tonight. How long is this study going to take? I know it's been said before, but can you refresh my memory?
I believe in our proposal, we stated that it would take between 4 and 6 weeks.
4 and 6 weeks. And then once that is handed over to get an estimate on price, how long should that take? Estimate, obviously.
Typically, an estimate like that will take somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks.
Okay, so we're talking 3 months and $3 million. It's a lot of money. Thank you.
Commissioner Guffey.
Hi, if I could please ask Zanny to come back up for just a moment. You spoke to us at the Budget Committee meeting, and one of the questions that I asked you at that meeting was about maintaining juvenile services in the vicinity of other law enforcement resources. Could you please repeat that for this board, please? About whether it was important to juvenile services to be on the same campus within the same vicinity as law enforcement resources.
Yes, security, number one, security is very important to us. And so even though we are not advocating certainly to remain in the same building, being in the same proximity to our sheriff's department, who are our partners, in fact, is very important to our department. And then secondly, it's also one of the issues that I believe that we would face if we were relocated to the Cool Springs area is related to transportation of adults who have children or custody or visitation cases that we're required to dispose of in our court, and the additional hardship that it would pose on our Sheriff's Department Transportation Division.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert. I'm sorry, Commissioner Mary Smith.
I just want to say that I know it's frustrating to spend $75,000 to do the right thing, but I think one of the things we're missing here is that we've heard from enough of our constituents that we need to build trust. And I think that doing the $75,000 study weight may not be the Verizon building that we go with. I think it opens up other people's eyes to know that we've done our due diligence, and we are trying to do everything we can to lower the tax obligation that we're going to be putting on our citizens. We know we're not going to get away with this tax-free. We know that there's going to be some sort of increase that's going to come down the line. But when I think about raising taxes, that's on every single person that lives in this community. And that hurts the cost of living. There's just all sorts of implications that come down the line because of that. So if it's going to cost me $75,000 to build trust with our community, that we've looked at every single option we can to ensure that we're going to try to keep their property taxes low, make sure that we have enough money to take care of the people that we rely on, I think it's worth it. So I support this with the intention that this is going to give us the information we need to possibly looking at renovating. Maybe it's not that building, but at least we have a baseline.
Commissioner Herbert.
Call the question.
I have a motion to call the question. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I've got a second. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. So the question is called, however,
Can we get a count on that?
Can I, yeah, can I at least get them to raise their hand, just so I can know for the record?
if you said no, please raise your hands. If you said no to calling the question.
You have to have 2/3.
11, okay, 11's what I count.
Does that be 2/3?
11.
I didn't hear that many no's, so I guess we did not call the question. I will remind folks that there is still the potential of an amendment here, as the Budget Committee did have an amendment to add the funding arm. I don't know if this needs to be introduced by Commissioner Herbert from the Budget Committee that made the amendment, but the amendment reads, proposed amendment to Resolution 92438 to include the needed appropriations to the Capital Projects Fund. Again, I'm not making that motion, just reminding everyone that that's out there as a possibility. All right, the next person I have on the list to speak, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. Zanny, I have a question. What are your thoughts, and we've talked about this a little bit, about separating the ALC from the juvenile court. What are your thoughts if juvenile court remained on Beasley Drive and the ALC was out on the Duke Drive property? How would that work?
Thank you so much for asking that question. So there has been some talk about separating the Alternative Learning Center from the Juvenile Justice Center. And what I would tell you is that the relationship that we have with the Alternative Learning Center is significant. We work very closely with the students who are attending school there every day. Many or most of those students also have juvenile court involvement. And the fact that we're in close proximity allows us to respond to those students in times of crisis and de-escalate, and typically creates a more successful outcome. Having said that, however, my responsibility is to serve students wherever they are. So if the committee or the team regarding this plan were to decide that moving the Alternative Learning Center made the most sense, then what I want the commission to know is that my department will continue to work with the Alternative Learning Center wherever they're located.
Thank you. And so the comment I want to make is, this is a really difficult decision. I've spent some time touring the old Verizon building. It's a beautiful building. Most of y'all know my husband works for the school system. I've been in his office. He shares it with one other person. He used to work in the old surgeon shower room, was his office, that he shared with two other people. So for the schools at least, I'm well aware of the conditions that the school employees are working in. And so I also understand that moving a juvenile detention center is not favorable. We all know that with the zoning and the residents. But maybe there is some room to look at a study about moving the ALC, Williamson County Schools, some of the county government. Maybe that's an option. And so I would make a motion to amend the resolution to include the $75,000, not just to look at the Triple J project, but to also look at the ALC, Williamson County Schools, and the administrative arm of the county, and let's just see what our options are. But I'd like to open it up, because if we're just limiting it to the JJJ project, that's very narrow in scope. So let's see what our options are. Maybe it makes sense down the road to put Williamson County Schools there, or to put the ALC there, but we won't know that without the study. So I would make a motion to expand the $75,000 to include those three other entities.
Okay, I have a proper motion, but let me make a clarification. The ALC is already in here, Commissioner Mason, so I think just the two
Yeah, the Williams County Schools and the administrative body.
Okay, so a motion has been made to add the Williamson County Schools Administrative Offices as a potential to this study. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sanford. While they're loading the potential of that amendment, could we have somebody from Gresham or Mr. Cross let us know that you even can do that as part of the study?
I just stepped back to talk to Jeff at Gresham. This proposal is for the juvenile
Correct.
justice and the ALC portion. That $75,000 is based on fitting an already designed program into that building. If you include Williams County Schools or anybody else, there is no program for that space. And so to adequately determine what they need is going to take a lot of additional time and potentially additional money to do that. So the only reason they could do it as quickly as they're doing it and for the money they're doing it is because of the program for the juvenile justice and the ALC's already been done. And if you want to ask Jeff any more questions about that, he can come up.
So if I understand you correctly, because you're currently working on the JJ project, any study germane to that would be within your purview and capability, but the addition of schools or other uses of that building aren't in your purview, or at least enough that you feel comfortable doing the study in the time limit and the amount of dollars that you first
Jeff, you want to speak to that?
quoted.
What makes it possible for us to undertake the study with the JJC components is that we already have a fully understood space-by-space program that we've worked on with Zanny and Judge Guffey and the staff to understand that it's the correct program to suit the function that's required. So we can take that program and we can explore a possibility of fitting it into an alternative facility. And it's a relatively streamlined process, but for the Williamson County Schools space, we don't have a program. We don't have any space-by-space understanding of what the requirements are, what the growth needs are, any information at all. So in order to include them in a study, we would need to somehow come up with a program, which is a process that for the JJC and the jail, we spent about a year developing that program.
So with a motion on the floor and a second, I'll ask council, based on that explanation, would the motion need to be changed to hire another agency to bolt on to this agency to make the complete study and a new quote, both on time and expense? Or would it be more efficient to have a whole separate resolution concerning a motion that would look into the Verizon building for other uses besides the JJ uses?
The motion is and stands on its own. Now, whether or not it is practical or can be done for that amount of funding is not something that defeats the motion as a legality. The commission needs to vote on that amendment knowing that it would not have the scope or the funding available to it.
That the Gresham agency would not have the ability to do it. But we're asking
For $75,000, this is an amendment to their contract to add the $75,000 and pull it forward to do this study. I mean, it's to add it. So that's what the main motion is, or the main resolution is. The motion is to add scope and to it that cannot be done for the amount of funds in the resolution as stated by Gresham. You can still pass the motion. You can still say, we want this study for this amount of money. Gresham's going to say, we can't do it. You're not going to get a contract, and we'll be back next month dealing with the issue. But the motion stands on its own. I can't, as a matter of legality, say you can't have that motion because it won't practically work. The commission needs to vote it down or it needs to be withdrawn.
Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
given the additional information and the complexity, I'll withdraw my motion. It may be suited to come as its own resolution, but I'll withdraw it rather than Caused too
The
much.
second was from Sanford, is that right?
It was
Yes.
Mr.
And then, were you the second?
He was.
Will you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion and the second have both been withdrawn. We're back to the main resolution. And my next person on the board with a question or comment, Commissioner Graves.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of comments. So I spent 4 years serving on City Council in Spring Hill. And as part of my time on our City Council, we did something like this in which we bought a 30-year-old building that we were going to use for a master plan for several of our city offices. What we didn't realize, or what we found out as we got into it, was the cost to renovate a 30-year-old building did not make it feasible to do, and we ended up having to sell the building. So something we're trying to get is what's the cost to renovate, and truly, we can do all the studies and we can know, but until we actually get into the building and see what we find, we're not going to know what the cost to renovate it is. So just as you think about this, whichever way you're going to vote, just keep that in mind. The other thing I've heard is we talk about we want to explore all the options, and I'm all for exploring options, especially if we can save money and we can be good stewards of this. But this resolution is specific to the Verizon building. So what happens, because buildings come on the market every day and come off the market every day. So if this doesn't work for the Verizon building, do we turn around and do we spend another $75,000 for another building that we find in the meantime? And so I guess my comment is there a way that we can maybe make this not specific necessarily to a particular building, but focus more so on coming up with the cost of what to renovate a current space, or multiple, because when we say, well, we're just going to look at the Verizon building, we are limiting the scope of this project. And if it doesn't work, then we spend another, 8 to 12 weeks on another building and another one and another one. And at what point do we say, we've explored all the options? If stuff comes on the market every day, there could be who knows when the perfect building is going to be there. So again, I'm all for exploring options, but I don't know if this is the way this resolution is written. I don't know if this is the way to proceed with that. So, thank you.
Commissioner Morton.
To Commissioner Gray's comments, I think the recommendation that came up, and everybody's made really, really good points. This has been studied since I've been on the county commission. Since that time, we had an unprecedented pandemic, which created a slew of free office space, open office space, available office space that none of us imagined when we first started this process. We absolutely have a duty to look into those. The recommendation that I think the mayor came up with, and I think it answers, all the possibilities, the many things that we could move. The recommendation, as I understood it, was we put out an RFP that whether it's education or juvenile, have them put out an RFP. We need space. We are interested in. That then doesn't limit us to a single building that might come or go off the market. It allows those sellers to come and present their best offers to us, and opens up the possibility for more than one office building. We absolutely have a duty to look into it, but I don't know that this one goes far enough. So I think, to Commissioner Gray's question, I think the RFP process is perhaps the answer that we're looking for, because I don't know that we can get a study done otherwise. That's all my comments.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Just real quick, because I do agree that I like that idea, but if we do this and we see there's cost savings, there's no reason we still can't do the RFP. So if we go through the 75,000, we say, hey, there's significant cost savings here. Let's go out and do an RFP. I don't think there's anything stopping us from doing that, and then also be able to include what Commissioner Mason was also considering. Like I said, I'm not happy about having to spend $75,000, but if it opens up the doors, opens up the options, opens up, ideas, I think it's worth it.
Any other questions or comments? See, do we need the amendment? If they're not making the amendment.
You can't fund it if you don't have money.
You need the amendment to fund it.
So the amendment is required.
You
That-
don't have any money without the amendment.
Okay.
Made the motion.
All right, well, apparently, before we vote, we do need to set up the amendment to fund this resolution, regardless if your intention is to vote yes or no. That amendment was requested by the Budget Committee, so I'll ask first Judy Herbert if she wishes to make that amendment, or...
No, I'm going to suggest that Commissioner Lawrence or Commissioner Stresser do that.
Amendment made by Commissioner Lawrence. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. So we're now voting on the amendment. Again, the proposed amendment to Resolution 92438 to include the needed appropriations to the Capital Projects Fund. I have a proper motion and a proper second. Are there any questions or comments to the amendment? If not, and this can be a voice vote.
It's loaded.
Oh, it is loaded? Okay, that amendment is already loaded for us. So if you're ready to vote and you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. If you oppose the amendment, signify by pressing your no button as soon as it pops up. Here we go. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
14 yes, 10 no.
So the amendment passes, and we're back to the main resolution. Once again, I'll ask if there are any questions or comments to the main resolution as amended. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
10 yes, 14 no.
Resolution fails. Resolution 92439, initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $25,600,000 of general obligation bonds of Williamson County, Tennessee. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is about issuing bonds for capital, but this is just for it to be published in the paper.
Any questions? Seems like, yeah, I have a question from Commissioner Clifford.
Thank you, Commissioner. When I was on the Budget Committee, we looked at these projects, and part of my goal was to help keep our debt flat year over year. There are some projects in here that I voted no on, so I will vote no here as well.
This is for an ad in the paper.
To publish for the debt amount, right? For the bond amount?
To advertise it, yes. But, okay. And then our next question is from Commissioner Graves.
Just a reminder on this that even though this is for the advertisement in the paper, I have to abstain from any votes on bonds, and so I feel it's only right to abstain from this as well. So,
any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hayes. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
18 yes, 4 no, 2 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92440, resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of not to exceed $40,400,000 of general obligation public improvement and school bonds of Williamson County, Tennessee, and providing for the levy of taxes for the payment of debt services on those bonds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Budget Committee was 4-4, 1 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is for bonds for the school capital request.
Any questions or comments? Got a question from Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I know this is the first of 3 bonds that we're going to be looking on, but I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that what we're voting on tonight is It's a total of, including interest, $512 million. So that's the total. 169.
500.
That's the total, including this bond and the next two.
500?
That includes interest. That includes the interest. If you look at the amortization schedule in our packet, it's a total of $512 million. That's what we're looking at. I think with all the questions that are still outstanding, I think we really need to kind of really figure out what our fiscal policy really is. How much do we want our debt ceiling to be? What do we want our tax burden to be on our citizens? Are we really fully considering all the property tax implications with any of these bonds that we pass? I would like to make a motion to defer this bond until we have some of those questions answered.
Specific date.
You have to have,
You have to have a specific date.
I'd like to defer it till November, until after the seismic study is done.
So a motion has been made to defer Resolution 92440
To the November 12th meeting?
to the November
12th meeting?
12th meeting. And I have a motion. Do I hear a second? Drew Torres was the second. Has it been loaded, or do we need to do a voice vote?
She's got it.
So it's been loaded. I have a motion and a proper second. Do I have any questions or comments regarding the motion and the second? And I do from Commissioner Morton.
I think I remember the answer. Does this affect our ability to go to market in any way if we defer and wait until November? And that's just a question to Sam or bond counsel.
I think ideally, we would like, we're kind of hoping to get it done before the election, just because there's a little bit of the federal election, just because there's a little concern that there might be some volatility in the markets, after the election. I'd say, but mechanically, no. The problem with approving it in November is you get a little bit into the holiday season. There's weeks we can't price in November, there's weeks we can't price in December. Investors, especially institutional investors, start becoming disinterested later in the year. So, to answer your question, yes, you can still go to the capital markets anytime you want, but there's a sentiment that some months are better than others, so.
Historically, is that an interest rate change, and can you give me an idea of kind of what it fluctuates?
Well, I think some of this is just cautiousness with, and what I'm echoing is sentiment, like, in the investor community of, like, what's gonna happen after the election? Are we gonna be trying to figure out? I really don't want to go into the, but there's questions, like, is this gonna be smooth, or is this gonna be tumultuous or not? With the later in the year, all I'm saying is, there's certain weeks that we don't price. We don't price Thanksgiving week, we don't price Christmas week, we don't try to price.
So moving it back 2 months might move us back another couple of weeks as well. That's really kind of, and that's fine. That's not, I didn't know if they only went out every 6 months, or we only go in November, or
No,
if you price it in March, it's 10 points higher.
No. Well, it's pure speculation. Yeah, there's no, it's not that specific as this month you'll do better than that month. It really just depends on everything that's going on in the world. Sorry.
No, thank you for the answer.
Any other questions or comments to the amendment? If not, are we ready to vote on the amendment? And again, the amendment is a motion to defer to November 12th. So if you're in favor of deferring this resolution to November 12th, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
13 yes, 11 no.
The resolution is deferred to November 12th. Next resolution is Resolution 92441, resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of not to exceed $23,220,000 of county district school bonds of Williamson County, Tennessee, and providing for the levy of taxes for the payment of debt service on those bonds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Budget Committee was 4 for, 1 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Judy Herbert.
This is more bonds where we're going to issue debt for $23,220,000.
Any questions or comments? I have a question or comment from Commissioner Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. Same comment as before. There's projects on here that I voted no to. It was part of the Budget Committee to keep our debt down, so I'm going to continue to vote no on it.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
For the same reasons as the last resolution, I'd like to make a motion to defer to November 12th.
Motion to defer to November 12th. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stresser. While they loaded, are there any questions or comments about this deferral? Seeing none, then as soon as it's loaded and it pops up on your screen, if you're in favor of the deferral, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. And anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
13 yes, 11 no.
The resolution is deferred. Resolution 92442, resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of not to exceed $280 million of general obligation public improvement bonds in one or more series of Williamson County, Tennessee, providing for the levy and taxes for the payment of debt service on those bonds, and allocating educational impact fee collections to defray educational capital expenses. Proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Law Enforcement was 4 in favor, 3 against, as amended. Budget Committee was 4 in favor, 1 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is for the bonds for the jail, juvenile services, juvenile court, and ALC. This is the thing that we've gone on and on and on about. So I'm going to ask some of the experts to come up first, Sheriff Hughes, then John Cole, then Judge Guffey.
Thank you, Commissioner. You want me to start with my comments first?
Yes, please.
Okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of the citizens that came out tonight to speak, whether it be at this meeting or whether it be one of the committee meetings. Your opinions do matter to me. We obviously want what's best for the citizens of Williamson County. I feel like that I need to set the stage for you. Most of you know, some of the citizens don't know, but the proverbial train had left the station when I was elected to office in March of this year. The budget had already been set, so to speak, the $325 million that has been referred to, and the plans had already been drawn. Studies had already been made. Numerous committees, or maybe not committees, but numerous meetings and studies had been done. Maybe by some of you, others of you commissioners are new like I am. But I do have staff that has been on for many, many years that they were around in 2017. I hear that's the year that maybe this first came to light. Unlike my friend Zanny, who has been residing under the roof of that building for 27 years, I've been in there since March, okay? And I've vowed as your sheriff to look at this with a fresh set of eyes coming in, looking at this price tag that does seem enormous. I mean, we're all concerned about that. I'm a resident of Williamson County. I don't want my property taxes to go up. But the reality is this, and in the short time, 6 months that I've been there, I've entertained numerous conversations. I've been inundated with emails, phone calls, meetings, tours. Many of you have joined me on tours of the jails across Middle Tennessee. We've made a valiant effort at trying to educate ourselves in this short period of time. And I've had numerous meetings with staff, my staff, with the county mayor, with our owner rep, and trying to educate myself with the architect, with the contractor, and different ones to have my level of comfort in where we're at in this process and how I feel like that we've arrived at the decision we've arrived at. So I say that to say this, and I've got some facts here that have jumped out to me in my 6 months in studying this project. Do we need a new jail? Absolutely, we need a new jail. I don't think that's too much of a debate amongst any of us. The question is how much, that jail is going to cost, how big does that jail need to be, and where does that jail need to be built? Those are the questions we can debate. So to that extent, I've tried to educate myself on, are we overbuilding this jail? I do not have an appetite for building a Taj Mahal jail. None of you do. None of our citizens do. That's ridiculous. I could care less about the conditions, the living conditions of inmates in jail. What I do care about is the staff of the sheriff's office who have to work there 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And it's a dungeon. The fact that we can keep anybody that wants to work in those conditions is absurd. It's really amazing. But we have some fine, upstanding deputies and civilian staff that do work back in that dungeon. Many of y'all have toured it. I've got Mr. Bill Petty came and toured it last Friday. Thank you, Mr. Petty. And we've got another group of ladies coming this Friday to tour it. I would encourage any of you to tour it. If you haven't, take a look at it. Look at what the conditions are that they're working in. The reality is this: we have to build a jail to meet TCI standards. If we are decertified by TCI, and that's the Tennessee Correctional Institute, if we're decertified, then we could fall under the purview of a federal consent decree. We don't want the federal government looking over our shoulder. That's the last thing we want, right? So we have to build this to the standards that are required by TCI. Okay, we're at 108,000 square feet right now in our existing jail, and we're projecting to build this jail at about 248,000 square feet. We're at 454 beds currently. We're projecting to build 592 beds. That's a 30% increase. That's not tremendously outrageous when you think about building a new facility that's going to last us for 30 or more years going forward. This building was built in 1989, and it's sustained, but any day we could have a failure within that jail. And John can speak to it. He can talk to you about the issues that we have with the air conditioning units, which went out in the 100-degree weather, and just a number of things that continue to cost money to taxpayers when we're trying to put a Band-Aid on this facility. If we had to evacuate our inmates and move them to other facilities, we're looking at tremendous cost on a monthly basis, assuming that we could find somebody that would house them. That's not really an option. We can't refurbish. We cannot remodel the existing jail without evacuating it. That's not possible. So we can't retrofit a commercial building. That's not possible. So it makes sense to me, in my mind, that we look at, as undesirable as it may be because of the Vulcan blasting, that it makes a lot of sense that we continue to keep it on the property that the county already owns. It'll be further away from the site that we're currently on. And this building, although, and John can speak to this because, again, he's had eyes on it a lot longer than I have, but it's still standing. It hadn't fell down. So, yeah, we need to do a seismic study. We need to, know the facts. We need to understand how we need to build this so that it does withstand the blast going forward. I get it. That's a lot of money to put into a building where you got these potential issues with blasting. But the fact of the matter is this: the building that we're in now is still standing structurally. It hasn't crumbled. And you can set your clock by it, 4 o'clock every day. You can hear the blast or feel the blast. I haven't gotten desensitized to it yet, man. Maybe I will if I've been there 27 years. I know I won't be there that long, but but, you can set your clock by it. So, I don't think that we're overbuilding this jail. As I've understood through my research, that the national average for a jail facility is 400 gross square feet per inmate. Okay? We're projecting to build 592 beds. And if you take 592 and you multiply it by 400, you come up with 236,800 square feet. The projected size of our jail is 248,000 square feet. It's a little bit higher than what the ideal national average is. If you compare that to the Davidson County Sheriff's Office jail, it's about, it's over 100 square foot an inmate less. Our jail would be less than what the Davidson County jail that they recently built in the past few years, the size of their jail. I would say, let me give you a comparison to Rutherford County. I've talked to their chief deputy over there several times in the last few weeks, and they have 960 beds. Okay, this is our neighbors, Rutherford County, and they have 960 beds, and their their inmate population is over their bed capacity. Not this weekend, but last weekend they were over 1,000 inmates. They're projecting, they're just now entering into talks. They've established committees, and they're looking at building a new jail somewhere in the neighborhood of around 1,400 to 1,500 beds. And he tells me that their projections are somewhere in the area of $500 million. Now, this jail project is estimated to cost $188 million. That's a lot of money. I get it. But in comparison to a county that neighbors us, who has about 100,000 more in population than we do, it could be a bargain, given the fact that we've got to have a jail. So, it just seems reasonable to me. And I want to make sure that as we move forward, if y'all vote to approve this bond for the jail, and that's what I have purview over. I don't have purview over the Juvenile Justice Center, and Judge Gutfie's going to talk to you about that. We will do everything in our power to make sure that money, just because you're approving to approve bonds up to $280 million, I don't think the county is asking you to, or they're not saying that we will spend all of that money immediately. It would be spent incrementally over time as needed. So we have an obligation to watch that cost. And John Coyle and I have had numerous conversations about, where can we cut cost? Where can we cut expenses? So that's where, we have a obligation to watch that closely if you approve this going forward. The other thing I want to point out to you is supply and demand. In my conversations with numerous people, I understand there are many jail projects that are going to be occurring in the next 3 to 5 years across the country. There are limited jail suppliers when it comes to construction material, prefabricated cells. If we don't get ahead of those projects, if we get behind those projects, then we could potentially be setting ourselves up from a time standpoint that would be detrimental, and also from a cost perspective based on the law of supply and demand. So I think it's important that we consider that as well. Currently today we have 340, approximately, on average, 340 inmates a day. We have a capacity of 454 beds. Ideally, you want to stay at or below 80% of your capacity. And if you'll do that math, you'll see that it's almost 75% is where we're at today. Okay? So again, to think that we're suggesting to build a Taj Mahal when we're talking about building a facility of 592 beds does not seem outrageous to me. And I'm comfortable with that. as a representative of the citizens here in Williamson County. And, I feel like that based on the average size of this building, that, it's within the national average. And I think if you look at the projections of what they expect, and when I'm talking about they, I'm talking about the folks with the architectural firm that have done the studies that project population and inmate population going forward. I don't know what our average daily population is going to be 25 or 30 years from now. No, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know about pandemics. We don't know what crime's going to do. But what I do know is 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, they projected we'd be at 340 average daily population for inmates. And that's almost spot on to where we're at. Will those projections hold true? Anybody's guess. I don't know. But again, it didn't seem outrageous to me to think that we're not, that we're overbuilding something. The cost is the cost. And the longer we wait, I would suggest to you that those costs are going to go up. So the sooner we do it, I wish we could roll back time and we could have pulled this trigger, years ago. But we find ourselves here tonight, and y'all have got that unenviable position of having to vote on whether or not to approve the bond for this. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate the questions you've asked. I appreciate the time that you've spent, the energy. This is a very, very difficult decision. I get it. And the citizens are passionate about it. And nobody wants a jail in their backyard. But the bottom line is our criminal justice system is so important to keeping our crime rate low. We don't want to become crime-ridden like some of our neighbors to the north and other surrounding counties. And the jail is just one component of the criminal justice system. If you do the crime, you need to do the time. And we've got to have the beds to house those people so that we're not turning them back out on the street so they can reoffend time and time again. I went on long enough. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I'll be happy to allow John Coyle to come up and answer any construction-related questions that you have. Yes?
I did want you to speak. I talked to you about Robertson County got in a lawsuit and the feds got involved and how that affects it. If we end up in a lawsuit and the feds get involved, what that would do to you?
Right. That's kind of what I was alluding to with Rutherford County. Mm-hmm. And the problem they got into is they couldn't get TDOC to come get their prisoners, and they were talking about decertifying them. And obviously, we talked about what those implications could be. And I think they made a phone call to the governor, and the governor actually came and got them below the number that where they weren't overstaffed when it came to inmates. But yes, ultimately the implications are you get the federal government involved and they put us under some kind of consent decree, and that's absolutely not what we want. So we don't want to lose our certification with TCI.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Herbert, I believe you had others that you wanted to have speak on this before I take it to the floor for questions.
Right. John Cole.
Thank you. I don't know what I can add to what Sheriff Hughes said. He said that he's only been at it 6 months, but you have to know he's working till 8, 9, 10 o'clock every single night. And I know not just to get up to speed on this, but lots of other things, but he has really put the time in. And the other thing I'd say is we're holding off on one of the big things is the seismic study. I've talked with the builder, and he said that if he had to build it to the most stringent earthquake standards, it would cost less than what it costs to defer this for 2 months. That it would be less added to the cost. So yeah, go ahead and do the seismic study, and he can make those adjustments as we get it. But it literally costs less to build it now at whatever standards we've got to, than holding off 2 months. It's going to be, way more than it would cost to not way more, but about the same as it would cost to wait 2 more months. And then you're still another 2 months out. So, I don't know, any other questions? Well, I can't really add to a whole lot of what he said.
John, could you just go into some of the issues that's happening in the jail right now that you're having to work on so much?
Well, you mentioned the air conditioning went out last week when it was 100 degrees, and that was just a all-day event. We happened to get the parts, and, you know, if we hadn't done it, if we hadn't been able to get those parts in town, it'd have been 2 or 3 weeks, and he'd have had 100 inmates minimum with no air conditioning. And not just that, even though the air conditioning's working, the ductwork is all rusted out. That's part of smoke evac. You talked about the liability. I mean, we're right in the middle of trying to get some relining done on the sewer system. So there's no system in the jail that's holding up. It's all at end of life, every bit of it.
Thank you.
And did you want Judge Guffey to speak?
Yes,
too?
Judge Guffey next about juvenile.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbert. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, did he leave? I know it's 11 o'clock. I want to start with something that we, I think, all agree on. That would be refreshing, but we need to move. Juvenile services and our departments need to move. And I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't agree with that, because you've been out to see us, and the community's been out to see us, and everybody that leaves our building after they see us, they shake their head and say, how can we help you? Commissioner Lawrence said, this is embarrassing. And so Juvenile Services, the clerk's office, the detention center, and the ALC, we need to move. And so I'm sorry that this has become an adversarial conversation, because I'm sorry that people are threatening you with your re-elections because of this. Because I know that every single one of you has taken this so seriously and are asking the hard questions because you're trying to look out for your county. And so I've appreciated the conversations that I've had with Commissioner Lawrence and thinking outside the box and trying to answer these hard questions. So really, the question is, how do we do this responsibly? So very quickly, because Ms. Martin did an excellent job telling you what we've done and our history and our story, but we're not effectively serving our children and families. And so I want to talk to you for just a minute about our design that we've created and the cost. And so when we talk about design, we use the same process that has been used for every substantial government building that we've built. The schools, the public safety building, the enrichment center, the performing arts center, the animal center. We have engaged experts. We have collected data and made projections. And we've identified best practices. We've visited locations around the country. There aren't many because everyone, like you, has 40-year-old buildings that they're having to replace. But we've done that. And so when we talk about gathering data, let me give you an example of Hamilton County, which is Chattanooga. They have a population now of approximately 350,000, a little bit more than ours. They have in their juvenile court 6 full-time courtrooms. They need 7. They have 1 judge, 6 magistrates. They have 97 employees. They have a 27-bed detention center. Our population is expected to exceed Hamilton County's in the next 5+ years.
So when we talk about our design, that is what we're basing it on. We're basing it on what we know our needs are going to be. So right now, we have 1 judge and 2 full-time magistrates. We have 54 employees. We have 2 courtrooms for 3 judges. We need 3 courtrooms right now. We needed 3 courtrooms last year. I could justify right now in 2024, 4 courtrooms with a small hearing room for detention hearings. I could justify right now in 2024, 4 courtrooms. And we haven't even started. So our design that we have created with our experts and our projections has 6 courtrooms for a building that's supposed to last for the next 25 plus years. 5 courtrooms are on the 2nd floor. 1 small courtroom is down on the 1st floor, adjacent to the detention center. And there's a reason for that, because part of the design has to do with the movement within our building, which is so complicated because we do so many different types of cases. So for example, if you have a 17-year-old that you have a detention hearing for, that let's say he's from Davidson County, and he's in our detention center on auto burglaries from a neighborhood in Brentwood, but he has a history of armed robbery. Now, the last thing you want to do is put him on an elevator to the 2nd floor for a detention hearing. The last thing you want to do is put my detention officer in harm's way with a kid who doesn't have anything to lose. And so the proximity of that 1 small courtroom on the 1st floor is vital to where our detention center is. And that's why this is so complex. So do we need to open with 6 courtrooms? No. Are we going to need them soon? Yes. So that brings me to the cost. So 91 million, which is what the projection is now for our cost, is hard to justify. And I 100% agree with that. It's hard to justify. The 2020 price, 4 years ago, was substantially less. It was in the 50 million range. A lot has happened since then, and there's been a lot of delays. But what we do know is that every day it's costing us money. But here's what I want you to know. We have a good design on property that the county owns on one of the 2 streets that is zoned for a correctional facility. The county taxpayers have paid a lot of money for this design. Please remember that. And there's a level of responsibility that comes with using that design. And so I want to have conversations about decreasing the cost. I want to have those conversations. And already in the last 30 days, we've made some progress based on your questions. There's an education impact fee that can take $12 million off the top right now for the ALC. I think there's more savings that can be done with removing the ALC and putting it in close proximity to us, which is important, that would probably save an additional potentially $20 million in not having to move infrastructure on the Beasley Drive location. So now we're down to, if we're doing the math, now we're back down to the original 59 million that we were talking about 4 years ago. I want to have those conversations. But until we have a commitment from this commission to fund this project, I can't have those conversations. We still have more design work to do. And until we can get our engineers and our builders at the table to talk about these cost savings on Beasley Drive, I can't do anything, and it's costing us money every single day. So that is why respectfully I ask for your support for this resolution so that we can get started and we can take care of our children in this county. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have some questions on the board that can be posed to either one of the last three speakers. I'll start with Commissioner Mary Smith.
Thank you. The question I had was, does this 280 million, does this include the sheriff's office, or is this only the jail, the Juvenile Justice Center, and ALC? I'm not sure you can answer that. I was just trying to do the math on the total 280.
I can answer that question. I've been told that the sheriff's office has been removed from the project. So the original 325 million included the sheriff's office, and that portion of this project has been removed. This 280 million is just for the jail project and the Juvenile Justice Center, is my understanding.
Okay. Do we have in our contract a gross maximum price so that it's not going to go over a certain amount?
At this point, we do not. We're not at a point to do that. You won't get a gross maximum price until the construction documents are fully developed and it goes out for pricing. But we will have a GMP once we have the construction documents. And also bear in mind that these numbers also include $30 million of contingency at this point as well.
Okay. So there is a possibility, once we get those back, that it could go over the 280 that we're authorizing, that we have the potential to authorize this evening.
Well, the numbers that we're carrying right now are a year old. So we've still got a considerable amount of design work yet to do to get to the CDs, the construction documents, and then it will go out for pricing. So we're probably at least another 8 months to 12 months away from having construction documents and getting a GMP.
Okay. How long? 12 months?
8 to 12 months.
8 to 12 months.
So we're only in schematic design. We've got to get to design development and then to construction documents.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Sheriff Hughes and to Judge Guffey. Sheriff Hughes, I've been at several presentations you've done on this project, and I really appreciate just your thoughtfulness and Judge Guffey, I know you've answered a lot of questions, and Zany, you guys have answered a lot of questions, and you've reached out, and I really do appreciate that. I think what I'm struggling with is just everything being put together. I don't know how this did not get prioritized when we first had our master plan in 2018. I mean, we incurred another close to $400 million in other debt, but for some reason, this one just didn't make it to the top of the list. I can't answer that. I wasn't on the commission. And now here we are, prices have gone up, and we got to get a jail. I think nobody disagrees with that. Nobody disagrees that you need more space. But I am struggling with everything being together. I wish there was a way to kind of break this apart so it was a little bit easier to digest. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I would love to see that happen.
If I could make one more comment to the size of the jail, and I think it's important, from what I've understood, I've heard the number 800 plus beds, and I know that it was cut down to 640 beds, something like that. My predecessor, Sheriff Rhodes, worked on this project, obviously, for many years, probably since the inception, and he's worked with staff that have been there as well. And so to that extent, I want to say that the project has been cut as it relates to the jail significantly to get it down to 592 beds. So even though that's where we're at today, that's not where we started. That's my understanding. I wanted to share that with the commission.
Yeah, I think the other concern I have too is that there has been conversations that if by chance we did move the ALC and the Juvenile Justice Center, or even just the ALC, to another location, that it would open up more room for the jail where it's at. And there is some cost savings with regards to fiber optic lines, and also possibly utilizing the existing space if we could shift a parking lot around for the sheriff's office right there at the existing Juvenile Justice Center, ALC, and sheriff's office. So I just think there's still a lot of questions that we need to have, answered. And I know the seismic study is there too. So I can't support it as it is right now, but I do understand the importance of getting this done as soon as possible. So I'm open up to options.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure this is a question for the sheriff, but I'm really trying to wrap my brain around why we have a contract with Vulcan to mine in the middle of our county. Who can tell me how this benefits the county to have this contract with Vulcan? Because I've been told we're paying them $3 million a year. Is that true? Who can answer that question? Jeff?
I don't know that it's germane to this resolution.
Well, it bothers me that we're talking about putting a jail right smack in there. I mean, and I've been a commissioner for a while, and I've heard so many complaints over the years about the blasting and the effect it's had on the existing jail. Now it seems to be like no big deal, but for years it's messed up the utility lines to the jail, and it's had an impact. And I don't understand why we're allowing it. Why are we allowing that? And are we going to build right on top of it again? It doesn't make sense to me.
I think Bobby Cook may be
We
able
could
to.
start by why are we paying Vulcan $3 million a year?
We're not.
We're not.
I'm not sure where you got that information from. They actually pay the county. There's a minimum payment, and you'll have to forgive me, this is years when we did the contract, and it came before you all. I want to say the minimum they pay us is $200,000 a year. And then it's above that depending on how much material they pull out. So basically, they're paying the county.
$200,000 a year.
At a minimum. That's the very minimum.
So what's the
I
average?
can't tell you. I can't tell you what the average is. I
Well,
can
it
tell you what
doesn't
the
sound like
contract
enough.
says, but
It doesn't sound like
I can tell
enough.
you that we're not paying them $3 million. They're actually paying us for the lease.
Let's try to refocus on the resolution itself and the instruments within it. And any follow-up question, Commissioner Sturgeon?
No, thank you.
Next on the board, I have Commissioner Stresser.
I'd like to propose a motion to defer this to the November meeting. There's just too many outstanding issues right now. There seems to be a real appetite for an RFP to look at commercial space, possibly for juvenile justice and ALC. We've got a resolution coming up to look at a vibration study just to see what we can and can't do on the site. So with that, I think it might make sense to move this back to November and give some of these important items a little time to work their way through.
So your motion, Commissioner Stresser, is to defer this to the November 12th meeting?
That's right.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Sturgeon is the second. Any questions or comments on the motion to defer? Okay, so, well, Torres and Lawrence are on the screen. So Torres, was your question on the motion to defer? Okay, sounds like it wasn't. So Commissioner Lawrence on the motion to defer.
So Jennifer Mason was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Mason, do you have a question or comment on the deferral?
Not on the deferral.
Okay, then I'll go to Commissioner Lawrence.
Yes, I have a question for Jim on this. So Judge Guffey alluded to some of the things that she and I talked about and you and I have talked about, and there's a building across the street from the Juvenile Center now that might possibly work either for the ALC or maybe the whole project if it's big enough. And it's a warehouse right now, so, and we own it, so we can, if we wanted to, we could do whatever we wanted to with it. But my question is, if we deferred this tonight, would we be able to have conversations about moving the ALC in there and maybe even get some cost estimates? Or would this prevent us from being able to do that if we didn't vote for this tonight?
I'm trying to think in my mind the time frame to do that. And I'm not sure that numbers that would be meaningful could be done between now and November 12th.
And when I say meaningful, there's a lot that goes into that. That existing building is extremely old. It's not in great shape. There's other uses in there that would have to be relocated somewhere else, so then you'd have to determine where is that use going to go if you put something else over there.
Yeah.
Then we got to determine what that building would cost and where it would go, so there's a lot of moving pieces and parts to all of that. So I guess the answer is yes, but I'm not sure it could be done in that time frame.
So the answer to the question is, we could have the conversations. We could have the conversation. We might not be able to get the answer, though.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to defer? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the deferral, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Smith, there we go. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
7 yes, 17 no.
The motion to defer fails. So we're now back to the main resolution. The next person I had in line previously, I believe, was Commissioner Torres. Or Mason, I'm sorry. Mason and then Torres. So Commissioner Mason on the resolution as a whole.
Yes, thank you. So I'm not really sure where to start. We have talked about this in committees. We have talked about this for years. For those of us that have been on the commission since 2017, 2018, this isn't a new process. And I know we hear kind of in this echo chamber of the community, we need transparency, we need to know, we need more oversight, but we've been in this process for 7 years. Some people are just learning about it, and they want to know transparency, and they want to know oversight. But I feel like we've been there, and we've been walking this process, and now we're up against a wall. Without releasing the money, we can't do these extra things that we're talking about. Judge Guffey, without releasing this money, can't meet with the architecture and go, okay, what if we carve out the ALC, and what if we do this? She can't even have those discussions. We are stuck. We are spinning our wheels. We're not getting anywhere. The $280 million is not that the county's going to go out and spend it tomorrow. It's giving them the permission to draw from it. It could take the entire project to exhaust all of the money. But until we loosen the reins, we're just going to sit here and circle the drain and go around and around and around and around. And one of the questions I had, and the reason why I voted to defer, because I also hear substantial tax increase. And words are important. What is a substantial tax increase? And I think that varies from person to person and household to household. And so I had asked Phoebe, I said, what are the numbers? You know, and numbers are kind of abstract, right? Because again, we're not going to go and draw off this $280 million in its entirety tomorrow. But let's say we did. Let's say we take our existing debt, draw off the full $280 million plus the school debt. So I can't remember what we were up to, three something, 343. Let's just go all in. $343 million, assuming everything else stays the same. What kind of tax increase are we looking at? And I believe it was anywhere from 11 to 13 cents. Am I correct? That's what we're talking about. When we talk about the word substantial, we're talking about 11 to 13 cent tax increase. And to some people, that is substantial. And I don't want to minimize that.
Per square foot? Or
It's the tax rate.
Push your request to speak button, Commissioner Hayes.
So
if you
currently our
ask the
tax
question.
rate is $1.88. It would go up 11 to 13 cents. Now, dollar-wise, what did that mean? I asked Phoebe to do some projections. Let's say you have a $500,000 house. What does that look like? And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Phoebe, if you would come up, you know, just for some numbers so everybody understands what we're looking at. And again, this is all in, and this is not what's going to happen, but this is all in. 11-cent tax increase on a $500,000 house. What is that additional cost per household?
It is $137.14 a year, or $11.43 a month.
That is the tax increase that we're talking about. And so I wanted to make sure we understood those numbers when we talk about what are we talking about per household. So we're talking about 130, depending on the value of your house, it would go up. But again, that's all in at $345 million. And that's not what we're doing. And so I think you need to keep those numbers in mind when you're making these type of decisions. Because right now, if we don't pull the trigger and start moving forward on this project, we're going to continue to come up with different ideas and different theories, but until the money is released, we can't do these studies. And so I trust Judge Guffey, I trust the sheriff to continue to look at cost savings, to continue to look at these projects, but we have to give them the ability to do that. And so for that reason, I'm voting for this tonight. It is needed. We all know that. It is absolutely needed. Are there other things we can continue to look at? Absolutely, and I want us to. But until we vote for this bond, we're not getting anywhere. Thank you.
Commissioner Torres, do you still wish to speak? Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'd like to echo Commissioner Mason's comments. I mean, I think she kind of expressed the struggle we're all having with this. Because we have heard from our constituents, and I've got a lot of constituents that have asked me not to vote for a tax increase. So, you know, but that's what we're here for. I mean, sometimes to make the hard choices. I sense that all of us are probably in favor of the jail project moving ahead as it is. I'm certainly comfortable with the project and the numbers on that. I'm not as comfortable with the juvenile facilities just for some of the reasons Judge Guffey said. I think there's some things that need to be looked at. I think if we move the ALC out, which I think can be done, again, we have a property across the street that's very well could be a good solution to putting the ALC there. And if the infrastructure doesn't have to be moved and we can save the $20 million, and that lowers the cost of this facility dramatically. So I would propose that or I guess I would like to ask council, if we reduce the number tonight on this to $180 million, or what is the jail project, $188 million, Sheriff?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we, to $188 million, and then we come back in a few months and we come up with a number for juvenile after we've looked at some of the options, and we come back with a resolution for juvenile. Is that possible?
Legally possible, yes.
Okay. So I would like to propose an amendment that we reduce the amount of this bond request tonight to $188 million.
Your motion is to reduce the amount to $188 million. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Does that motion need to say what that $188 million would go to? Are you wanting to take out the juvenile or separate the reduction between the juvenile and the jail?
Yes, you would have to.
Would it preclude? If it doesn't preclude us from having the conversation on the juvenile court, I'm comfortable with saying, let's do it for the jail. Is that?
Ask bond counsel as to what we need to do to make it just
Okay.
the jail.
Sorry, it's hot back there. Yeah, so right now you've got a resolution in front of you that authorizes two main projects, adult detention and juvenile facility, at a total number.
Okay.
If you just reduce the number, then you've got 188, which left as drafted could be spent on either project.
Okay. Let's, just to make it simple, do that.
To do what?
Reduce it to 188 that can be spent on either project.
You got bond counsel saying you can, but you're saying.
So you will not have fully funded either project.
Well, we're going to come back in November with the additional amount, but we don't know what that number
It wouldn't be in
is.
this resolution. You haven't done it yet. This resolution would say you
All
have
right.
$188 million for both projects.
Is it your
Proposing it.
Is it your desire, so we've already voted on the deferral, and the vote was no. It sounds to me like your desire is to now defer half or some smaller amount of the total amount of the resolution to November. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And then my
because
question
we
is-
don't really know what the number for the juvenile will be until we look at the possibility of moving the ALC out.
It sounds to me like you're trying to defer again.
No, you're amending the amount, but you're not changing the scope. So you're not fully funding either project.
Okay. So-
Is the problem. You either need to determine what you're bonding it for. You can't have both. You've been told you can't fund both projects for that amount. So you're only funding a partial.
Okay, then how do we need to word it so that it's just for the jail?
You would have, yeah, subject to Jeff being here, but I think you would have to amend it to 188 million for the adult detention project only. And then,
Could we partition both and vote on them separately?
but that's not what he's done, though.
I know, but I'm
I know.
asking.
You could partition and vote on both of them separately, but that's not the motion. The motion is to
Commissioner
amend this to
Lawrence.
188 million for the adult detention only.
Okay. Well, we don't know what the number for the juvenile is going to end up being, or I would petition that out and ask for a lower number for the juvenile. But we could come back and ask for more if we needed it later, correct?
Yeah, you're not limiting your ability to fund things later by
Okay.
amending this, but your motion right now is very specific.
And right now, Commissioner Lawrence, it is written not to exceed, so it still does not have to be the total amount. I mean, that goes without saying, but if you're going to reduce the amount, I think you need to tell us what your motion wishes to pay for and what it wishes not to pay for.
Okay. I think, I'd be more comfortable with a number of 245. That would reduce, based on what we know we can do with the impact fee money. And then there's definitely a potential to move, 20 million out if we move the ALC across the street. So, I would propose $245 million
To be
to
spent on.
reduce that amount.
For both projects.
For both
He's
projects.
just changing the
Right.
total amount.
Yeah.
So just drop the total to 45.
And so we're just dropping the total.
His amendment is to change the total to 245 million, not to exceed 245 million, and leave both projects subject to the bonding. That's his motion.
Is that correct, Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes.
Is that still her second? Is it still her second?
Did I ever get a second on that?
But he just made it, so.
Not on that.
This is a new motion.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to assume you withdrew your other motion. So the new motion is, if you'll say it again, Commissioner Lawrence, and we'll ask for a second.
Reduce the total amount to $245 million.
So the motion is to reduce the total amount to $245 million. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments on the motion to reduce the full amount? Those who, okay. Then I'll ask in the order that you already were set up, Commissioner Steve Smith on the motion to reduce the amount.
So Commissioner Lawrence mentioned Commissioner Mason's comments, but to me, the most important part of her comments was that until we loosen the reins on this funding, those discussions about reducing the cost of the juvenile center, moving the ALC, bringing in the other funding that could be possible. And like she said, we're just going to be spinning our wheels. We need to go ahead with this. And I'm opposed to this amendment.
Commissioner Williams on the amendment.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chair, if we can call Phoebe to the podium and potentially Sam, I'll have you on call with bond counsel. I want to use Commissioner Mason's example. So with the $343 million, I think you said it was estimated 11 to 13 pennies. Now, I know we're currently under reassessment at the moment. If this bond issue went out in totality at the 343, would we have to incur a tax increase prior to assessment and the certified rate being completed?
That is correct. I think that's the answer to the question.
So I'll state it again. If we issued the full $343 million that were included in the bonds, and we've already deferred a couple of them,
Right.
you know, the 11 to 13 pennies, would we have to incur a tax increase prior to the completion of the assessment, the certified rate going into effect, and then us reestablishing the tax rate at that point?
No. Yeah. We would actually do the certified rate first.
In the mic, Phoebe, in the mic.
No, we would actually do the certified tax rate first, and then we would assess the pennies on top of that.
All right, so just let me state it a different way. Our current operating budget and funds that we have, assuming we issued the $343 million, is sufficient to cover what we have to pay on that bond debt until we get to the new certified rate and we establish the new tax rate at that point. Is that sufficient? Do we have sufficient funds in our budget to cover this bond issue at $343 million?
Couple things. First, the 11 to 13 cents is based on the current assessments. So if you go through a reappraisal, it's going to be less than 11 to 13 cents. You know, the certified rate's going to be much lower than 188, and a penny will bring in a lot more than it brings in now. So the number, you know, that she's quoting is based on the 2021 tax base. Secondly, the real, you know, the burden of the debt will be realized as the money is spent. I mean, if you were to borrow and I know this is not the plan, but if you were to borrow the whole $340 million all at once, what would you do with it? You'd probably put it in like the LGI, the local government investment pool, which is earning over 5%, even though your cost of borrowing was 3.5 to 3.75. So while you're waiting to spend the money, you would be earning a profit on the money. Now, I can't promise you get to keep all the profit because there's IRS rules, but you'd at least be able to keep the cost of funds no matter what. So, but as you take the money out of investment and spend it, that's when you actually start feeling, you know, the impact of the additional debt. If that makes
And
sense.
so just to confirm, because I'll make sure we're on the same page here, right? We would not incur a mid-cycle tax increase until next year. We would have to incorporate that bond payment into the new tax rate that we set.
You can't
correct?
change the tax rate during the tax year.
Yeah.
So it can't be changed before next July.
Okay, so, thank you. All right, and this is my comment. I don't have any more questions, but my comment here. There's been, in my opinion, a lot of spaghetti that's being thrown at the wall to see what sticks. And there's been insinuations to a lack of due diligence that's been done, and yet we've had a parade of people come up here and describe in detail what's been occurring for the last 7 years. There's been insinuations that we don't know our fiscal policy. There's inflated numbers at $512 million that's being advertised, when in fact we're looking at $343 million of bond debt. We've had an amendment on the floor from 188 million that all of a sudden just changed to 245 million. And somehow we want to trust that number versus what a tremendous amount of due diligence has gone into and what we're looking at here in front of us. When you paint a narrative of reckless government spending that's not true, we're going to be chasing ghosts all the time, and it doesn't exist. The truth is that we run a very fiscally tight budget year over year, and it hurts when we have these big capital improvement projects in front of us because we do run a tight budget and because we do our proper due diligence on it, and we are very fiscally responsible with the money that we do spend. It's being estimated that the value of Williamson County is going to be $100 billion next year after this assessment. All right, put that in perspective. It was $65 billion currently. All right, so in 225 years, Williamson County, being a county, it's gone from $0 to $65 billion. And in 1 year, we're about to jump to $35 billion. Our debt ratio is going to drop drastically, way below the average over the last 20 years. So fiscal policy, we've always balanced what can we collect from the assessed values out there, right, versus how much we're willing to issue. And right now, that debt ratio is projected to drop significantly, which means we do have the ability to pay for it if we decide to do that. There's been proper due diligence done on this. The problem is it's not fitting some of the narratives that's being advertised out there, and I bristle at it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Brian Clifford on the motion to reduce the total amount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The comments that Judge Guffey said about her not being able to get to some of this design work because we haven't released the funds, do we have to approve the funding and the full amount as projected for them to be able to do that work? Or is it just any level of money to cover some level of work? What's the threshold? I'm not sure who this is going to, whether council or Jim maybe. But what is that threshold to get them to be able to do the work they need to finalize design plans to send it to construction
I think
documents?
that would be for Mr. Cross.
So there's been a lot of design work that's been done to date to get to the SD level that we are. There's all, we're going to move the juvenile justice to another site, or is the jail going to move to where juvenile justice is? If we say juvenile justice is moving to a different site, so 60 to 70% of the work that's already been done, you toss out the window and start over again. So you got to know where you're going to design the building before you can move forward. And if it's going to be where it's currently designed, that accelerates the path and we can move forward. If we're going to start looking at other sites and considering other sites, that considerably lengthens the process, and a lot of the money that's already been spent, we will not be able to utilize. Does that answer your question?
So the motion is to decrease the amount. If we decrease it, will that take away their ability to continue working on it, or do we have to fund the total projected amount of the project? Or do we have to approve an intent to fund the total amount of the project?
The reduction to the proposed $245 million would not prohibit us from looking at those options. But to be efficient with it, we would need to keep it where it is. But if we start looking at other sites, then that's going to be outside the scope that we currently have, and that's probably going to cost more money to do that. I hope I'm answering your question. I'm not sure I'm articulating it very well, but.
You are. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Sanford on the motion to reduce the overall amount.
I just had a quick question. Judge Guffey, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said you thought maybe if the stars aligned or whatever the case was that we can build this for $59 million. Is that correct?
Well, I said I would like to have that conversation, Commissioner.
Okay. So 59 plus 188 million is 247. I'm just curious how we got to, which I fully support, the 247, but I don't know how we got to the 245. I'm just curious, Commissioner Lawrence.
Well, I'm taking 20 million minus 15 million for the, I took 20 million for the potential of moving the utilities, or not having to move the utilities, and then 15 million that would come from the impact fee for ALC, moving it across the street.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to reduce the amount to $245 million? It is loaded, so if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of reducing the overall amount to $245 million, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner O'Neill? Yeah. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
9 yes, 15 no.
The motion fails. Back to the full resolution. Any further questions or comments to be made on the full resolution? Commissioner Mary Smith.
Just want to clarify that the 512 million came from the amortization schedules. I know it's an estimate, but I just wanted to clarify that that is where that came from with regards to this conversation. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of, oh, I'm sorry, one popped up there. Commissioner Sanford.
I just have a question. So it's a big number, 350 million or 512 million. Which is it, Phoebe? I'm saying the debt service. Huh?
Whichever of you wishes or believes you can speak to it, we'll have Commissioner Sanford re-ask the question once you get to the podium.
I mean, I actually have had this exact conversation with this commission about 20 years ago. And what Commissioner Smith is referring to is principal plus projected interest. And the other, the actual principal amount that you're issuing is the 300 and up to the 340 million. So one person looks at the amount of debt you're incurring, which is the 340 million. Another says, well, how much is it going to take to pay it off over 20 years, which is the 500 some million. But I'll say too, even the 500 some number is an estimate, because a lot of times you refinance or you prepay and it doesn't end up being exactly what it started. But there's two different, both numbers are right, but they represent different things, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments pertaining to Resolution 92442 before we vote on it? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of Resolution 92442, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, signify by pressing your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Lawrence, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
16 yes, 7 no, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. At this point, I'll ask the commission if they want to take a break. We have 14 resolutions remaining. Do we feel like we need a break, or do we want to push through? All right, I'm hearing a majority of push. I even got a few texts saying that, so we'll push through. Which brings us to resolution under other, Resolution 924-1. Resolution reaffirming the rules, regulations, and procedures of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners concerning the introduction of resolutions to committee by Williamson County Commissioners. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. The Rules Committee was 5-4-0 against. Was there an amendment on there?
To defer.
Oh, to defer it. Okay, so they voted to defer. And explanation for this goes to, I believe, Commissioner Richards.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a resolution that is trying to bring our resolution process more in line with the state government and the state constitution. However, I would like to move to defer it to the next meeting after talking with the chairman, Commissioner Aiello, that they would like to further discuss this resolution.
I have a motion from Commissioner Richards, the sponsor of the resolution, to defer it to
Our October meeting.
October meeting. Do I hear a second? Second came from Sean Aiello. Any questions or comments on the motion to defer this to our October meeting? Seeing none, as soon as it's wow, they are quick today. It is already loaded, so if you're in favor of deferring Resolution 924-1 to our October meeting, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Sanford and Commissioner Webb. Oh, they're both, can you mark Sanford and Webb as absent?
They took their own break.
Yeah. They didn't agree with the no break. Record the vote, please, Mr. Webby.
17 yes, 5 no.
Resolution
Two
920, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, 2 absent.
2 absent, yes. Resolution 924-1 is deferred to our next October meeting. Resolution 924-43, a resolution requesting the Williamson County purchasing agent to procure professional engineering services for a vibration monitoring study concerning property located off of Beasley Drive. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Law enforcement was 7-4, 0 against. Property committee was 5-4, 0 against. Budget committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
This is basically just to get an independent study so that the construction professionals will have all the information they need for whatever buildings we end up putting on the site.
Commissioner Hayes.
I'm sorry. That was accidental.
Oh, it was an accident? Okay. Commissioner, what was next? Commissioner Herbert.
There's no price on this. Can somebody get a price on it?
We don't have one yet. They'll go out and get a quote for it.
Why would we vote on this without an amount?
You have to authorize the purchasing agent to get the process started.
My understanding was this was already included in the contract and they're just pulling it forward.
Okay.
Ask Jim
I think
Cross.
Mr. Cross can answer that question.
I was trying.
We do have a proposal that this has already been added to Gresham
already
Smith's
in it.
contract to do that, so it was $15,000 as I recall.
So this is already in your contract. This is just reaffirming that that the work will be done.
I misunderstood.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of Resolution 924-43, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Aiello, mark him as absent, please. Commissioner Sanford.
I'll just read it over, sorry.
Okay. All right, ready to call the vote. Please call the vote, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no, 1 absent.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-44, resolution authorizing Williamson County to participate in a statewide partnership program administered by TDOT and to enter into a contract for consulting services. Is the mayor here for this one?
It's on the front row.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was looking for you back there. We have a proper motion made by Commissioner Tunnicliffe, seconded by Commissioner Brown. Highway Commission was 5-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Mayor Rogers Anderson. Unless you wanted me to.
Well, I'll take it. Mr. Chairman, this is a contract we're going to enter into with, that we have been looking at. All the city mayors have signed off on this, looking at I-65, starting at Old Hickory, going down to the Murray County line, trying to get in the 10-year capital fund of TDOT. I'll answer any questions for us.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 924-45, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into an interlocal agreement with the City of Franklin, Tennessee concerning opioid abatement and remediation funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon, seconded by Commissioner Judy Herbert. Opioid Task Force was 7-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is an interlocal agreement with the city of Franklin for the county to work with providing the funds received from them and designating where it should go to with the committee.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92446. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a joint funding agreement with the U.S. Geological Survey, United States Department of the Interior for the 2024 Middle Tennessee Elevation-Derived Hydrography Acquisition. It's getting late.
That's right.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Property Committee was 4-4, 0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
So it's actually the science of surveying different bodies of water, different cities in the area, Williamson County, Davidson County, all participate. Our part of this is $50,000, but this will help from everything from construction projects, water use, all of that. There's a map on page 7 that shows you the area for that it'll cover.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a question from Commissioner Hayes.
So, quick question. Would this cover some of the issues we're having with the Duck River and having enough water for residents? Is that part of what this study would uncover? I'm asking Pete. I'm asking Commissioner Stresser.
It's actually supposed to cover a wide range of issues.
Sean Cothran is here to address.
I think it even said.
There's a laundry list of things that's supposed to help with in terms of just better information.
This is a study of the watershed boundary in the area defined on the map. It is more of a water runoff and drainage, flood predictive engineering and planning use this information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92447. Resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of equipment, vehicles, and other personal property owned by the county and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute all documentation needed to complete the conveyance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Brown, seconded by Commissioner O'Neill. The Property Committee was 4-4, 0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
I think the title says it pretty well. There's actually a list of vehicles and everything else that can be sold on the preceding pages with this resolution.
And as Jeff Mosley always wants to point out, none of us or our family members can bid.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Sturgeon, record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92448, resolution accepting the donation of 1 vehicle on behalf of Williamson Fire Rescue. Proper motion made by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Law enforcement was 6-4, 0 against with 1 abstention. Property Committee was 4-4, 0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
Williamson Fire Rescue is one of our nonprofit fire services here in the county, and they have used their funds to purchase a 2023 Ford F-250 4x4 crew cab, and they're donating it to the county.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92449, resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of 7 vehicles and accompanying, sorry.
Is that right? 7 on the first one? There was a typo on here.
This one may have a typo.
I think those are backwards. The 7 vehicles are actually intended to be donated to the Centerville Police Department.
So that is City of Centerville.
The city of Centerville,
Is getting 7.
beg your pardon?
City of Centerville is getting 7.
City of Centerville is
It's
getting
correct.
7.
Okay.
And then the next resolution, it's 2 to Hickman County.
Okay. So the resolutions are correct.
Yes.
Then again, as I'll restate, resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of 7 vehicles and accompanying equipment to the City of Centerville, Tennessee Police Department, and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute all documentation needed to complete the conveyance. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Barb Sturgeon. Law enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Property committee was 4-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
Just as the title says, we're donating 7 vehicles to the City of Centerville Police Department for their use.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote and you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Anyone opposed, press your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Clifford, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92450, resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of 2 vehicles and equipment to the Hickman County, Tennessee Sheriff's Office, and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute all documentation needed to complete the conveyance. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. Law enforcement was 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Property committee was 4-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Sanford.
County's going to donate 2 vehicles to Sheriff Kraft down in Hickman County.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Brown? No, Commissioner Brown is absent. Are you ready? Okay, record the vote, Mr. Whitby.
All right. 23 yes, 0 no, 1 absent.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92452, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a long-term lease agreement. Did I pass one? Sorry, they were stuck together. Resolution 92451, resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of a roll-off truck to Humphreys County, Tennessee, and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute all documentation needed to complete the conveyance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Property committee was 4-4-0 against, 1 abstention. Budget committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
We're going to sell this roll-off truck to Humphreys County for $55,000.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Stresser. And record the vote, please. Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92452, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a long-term lease agreement with Sims Bark Company, Inc. for the use of a portion of property located on the property abutting Williamson County's landfill. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Municipal Solid Waste Board was 4-4-0 against. Property Committee was 4-4-0 against with 1 abstention. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
Basically, this company will take waste wood and turn it into bagged mulch. That saves us. We don't have to spend that money to meet that regulatory requirement. The initial term is 10 years, and there could be 3 additional 5-year terms for up to 25 years.
Question from Commissioner Hayes.
Have any idea how much we were paying to dispose of this? Just curious.
I think we bank money.
Oh, Mac, you're the man.
Right now, we've been taking in wood waste for a long, long time, and we haven't had an outlet for it. So Sims Bark Company was the only company in all the 7 states around us that was willing to come and try a load, and they've been hauling it out. So at least we're trying to keep up with it now. When they started, our pile of mulch was 60 feet deep, covering 4.5 acres. It's still deep, but it's not covering 4.5 acres, so they're moving it out a little bit. So what the deal is what they've been doing is picking it up, taking it back to either Nashville or Russellville, Kentucky, and grinding it again, coloring it, bagging it, shipping it out. So if you go to Lowe's and Home Depot and buy those 5 bags for $10, that's who's doing it. So what we're gonna do is have them come in, they're gonna set up on site, bring in an electric grinder to get it to size, and they'll color green or black, no red. I told them I didn't want red at the landfill. And then they'll ship out bulk loads from there. Eventually, they'll wind up moving over onto the cruise property and set up an entire operation. And then in the agreement is once our old grinder cost almost $1 million 15 years ago. To replace it, we're gonna be close to $3 million, and we're having a hard time getting parts for it now. So our agreement is once that happens, we may not grind anymore, and they'll take over every bit of that, which they'll take in the fees and the scales and everything else. Now, what is it costing us? We're charging $40 a ton, or we're charging $40 a ton for you to bring in brush. It costs us more than that to grind it. So we're losing money. But by them getting it out, TDEC's going to be really, or they're already really pleased because that pile is moving.
Do we get any free mulch for our beautiful gardens throughout the county?
We're not going to get the liability of loading it.
Just asking. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in
I'd like
favor.
to add one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mac would like to speak, yeah.
I started here in October 21st. My first email about the MRF was October 28th, and it was design only. And the budget was $4.7 million. The thing just got completed. They're still doing the punch list on it, and we've spent 8.7. When you wait a long time, it costs you a lot of money.
Thank you for that, sir. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Clifford, record the vote, please. Mr. Whitby.
24 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 92453, resolution of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners to encourage each commissioner to complete required annual training and to provide a supplement for completing that training. Proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb and seconded by Commissioner Cheryl Brown. The Budget Committee was 4-4, 1 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the state legislature approved legislation a few years ago that any commissioner, county commissioner elected and taking office after 2018 was required to have 8 hours of continuing education. From around the state, that's not been, we have a lot of commissioners that aren't doing that around the state, and so the legislature in their last session approved the option of each county allowing this to have a supplement here for those that have completed their mandatory 8 hours of training. What this does is authorizes us to do that in next year's budget. Does not require you to. Some of the questions came up. You're not required to ask for this. It just gives us the option, and the purpose is to encourage all commissioners, whether you were elected before or after 2018, to do at least your 8 hours of professional training.
Have a question from Commissioner Mary Smith.
I'll just be honest with you. When I became a commissioner, I didn't even know we got paid anything. And I honestly didn't even know we got medical insurance. I was just really grateful and honored to be able to serve my community. So it just feels like I understand the purpose behind it, and I would encourage everyone to take those CTAS classes. I know I had to take them, but there's a lot of really good information out there. I've really enjoyed attending the county government days, so I encourage everybody to do that. I don't know that it's been a problem in our county to get people to do that, but I just think right now it just feels insensitive to give ourselves basically a $75 an hour bonus when we're also looking at probably doing a property tax increase this coming year. So I will be voting no this time.
So, Mr. Chair, just note, you do not have to apply. This is optional. So if you complete your 8 hours, you're not required to ask for the stipend. It's optional.
So if a particular commissioner needs the money and feels that it would help them, they can apply for it. If they don't feel they need the money, they can opt out of applying for it. Is that correct, Commissioner Webb?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
I just want to be clear that if you're elected before 2018, you're not required to take
That's correct.
training. But you can, because I have taken some
Yes.
training and I felt like, I was like getting away with something.
It's always good. Lawyers have to do it, architects, doctors, CPAs, we all have to have continuing education.
Okay, so it's not required, but appreciated.
It's not required, but yet those elected before 2018 could apply for this stipend. And it may be something that helps you pay for a class or something. So if we have it on the books, it just means we put it in the budget. It does not mean you have to apply for it. It's an option.
We don't have to pay for the classes, right?
Some classes do have a charge, or you have mileage expenses, et cetera.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Paul.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of Resolution 92453, press your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
18 yes, 6 no.
Resolution passes. And the final resolution for the evening, the one that was on the consent agenda that we put into the main agenda, is Resolution 92454, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to grant an easement to Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. Proper motion made by Commissioner Cheryl Brown and seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Property Committee was 3-4-0 against with 2 abstentions. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
This is for an electrical easement for Middle Tennessee Electric Corporation off of Bethesda Road, and basically authorizing the mayor to enter into this agreement. We've got all the information in terms of the site, the location, and all of that. Certainly leave it open for questions and comments.
Got a question or a comment from Commissioner Mary Smith?
Yes, this was one of the towers that was approved prior to the 1,500-foot setback that we all approved to unanimously in February. I just think that there's still some parents that have concerns. I know we have moved it a further distance. I guess my question is that if we were to vote no, is there a possibility of moving this tower to the 44 acres that we have for the new Bethesda Rec Complex, just 3 miles down the road? Is there anybody here who can answer
Was
that?
that question too?
I don't know. Nobody can answer.
Maybe everybody left.
Kim? Yeah.
I'll try to answer as best I can. When they select these sites, there's a lot of studies, there's a lot of testing that goes involved on where's the best for their coverage, okay? They're not going to put it in a gully because you're not going to get the coverage. So what they do is they have these testings, and they pick the areas where they're going to be able to cover the most area for the citizens. And that's what, so now if you move it, you start from scratch. Now, I do want to remind you, we're under contract with them for this site. So although I understand that it was before you all, the contract is signed, it's valid, it's binding.
So there's no possibility of changing it if we vote no?
No, ma'am, not this site, for the reasons I just stated, because of the testing. Start from scratch.
But if we start from scratch, can we actually apply for a new site and just?
Then we'll be in breach of our contract.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Mason.
How close is this tower going to be to the school? Do we know? Is it within the 500 feet? We don't know.
I believe I got 800 feet was the distance. It was, probably, Commissioner
It
Hart.
was originally by the ball field, and they agreed, very happy that they agreed to move it back behind the old school, more closer to the convenience center. And it's up on a hill.
So it's not near the school?
Well, the school, I don't know how, I can't judge feet, so I don't know. Do you know, Diane, how many feet?
I don't, off the top of my head, it's in the office on a map, but it's the site they originally requested based on their service rings. And then they somebody asked them to move it, and they moved it down closer to the ball fields, and that was not gonna work. They put it back at the site that was originally approved, and it's up on a hill behind the old cafeteria. The site you're referring to, the 44 acres, is down, it's 3 miles away or whatever, and it's gonna be in a lower site. I doubt if they would move it there.
Because we did earlier this year vote to limit the proximity these towers were to the school. So I was trying to figure out if this one was within our proximity that we had previously voted on.
I don't think that that it is outside that amount of footage, but it was grandfathered.
And my second question for the attorney is, what are the sanctions, or if we're in breach of contract?
Damages, their cost.
Which, any idea?
Oh, no, ma'am, I have no idea. I couldn't tell you what they make. I can't, and, yeah, I have no idea. That's a,
Yeah, this is one where this shouldn't continue to happen, but I get that it happened before we talked about it.
Any other?
Yeah, can I make a motion just to defer it to the October meeting, just because there's some questions around that we don't have the full answers to?
You have the ability to make that motion if you
Okay,
wish.
I'd like to make a motion to defer it to the October meeting.
I have a motion to defer from Commissioner Mary Smith. Sounds like a second from Commissioner Lawrence. Any questions or comments on the motion to defer?
Breaching a contract. I mean, we had a hard.
Seeing none, if you're ready to vote,
You know?
it does look like it's loaded, or almost. Once it pops up onto your screen, if you're in favor of deferring this to the October, correct? October meeting, Commissioner Mary Smith, to October?
Yes.
Okay. If you're in favor of deferring this resolution to October, signify by pressing your yes button. If you oppose, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hayes? It's all right. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
15 yes, 9 no.
The resolution is deferred. I know this has been a long meeting. We've been sitting here for a long time. I know I always do this, but in particular, I want to recognize that our sheriff's deputies have been standing this whole time. And I want to thank all the And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.